Oh, for God's sake. What is not working? Hopefully this works. It's been so long that I put a decal, I don't even remember how to put the link in. It's so sad. Refresh. Oh! What the hell? This is insane. Oh no. Really? Yes. Oh my God, I can't believe I didn't remember how to do that. Okay. So that's done. Now I have to put actually this stays there. Now I have to go to episode 4. Column. I still have to do style V, step by step descriptions. I'll do that on the weekend. Even though it's the first nice day out, it is cold down here. Turn the heat on. Little Roxy's sleeping. She's quiet. These IKEA chairs there, they're so wobbly. Not chairs, tables. This is a chair. This is a table. Oh my god. Can you tell I only had one coffee this morning and it's already 12:38. There we go, finally. Okay. That's there. Edit. Front end. Edit. Death Star support column. Here, yeah. Copy. Paste. I don't know why this is so wobbly all of a sudden. It's annoying. Never did that. Okay, I want red text for that. This I erase. Save. Okay, save that. I don't know why it's not refreshing automatically. It's supposed to. Okay. Where's my edit? Oh, for God's sake. Go back. And this is Blueprints episode 4, not 5. Save draft. Go back here. Edit. Gallery. Remove that. Add to gallery this. And update to. There we go. Replace It's so weird. I don't get it. Why it's not updating when I do the save. Never did that before. Okay, that's good. God. It's again not refreshing. That's so annoying. What the hell? Copy. This is decals. Decals is here. Paste. Update. Save. Blueprints. Copy. Speed index. I should have column C, column deluxe here, decals. brings me to here. Very good. And then blueprints. Okay, that works. Good. Okay. Now I have to go to over here. Posts. Decals. Edit. Style C. Edit. Decals. Episode 4. This is how we do. I know you can't see because you're fly on the wall, but one day I'll do a tutorial or show you closer screen of how it is to update and create the website. So what I'm doing now is I'm placing all of the decals and the blueprints online for the columns and the style C, and once that's there I'll be able to start filming the tutorial, because that's what I need in order to film, to show where the links are, as you have seen in previous posts or something. I'm not supposed to talk to you like this. I'm supposed to be, you're supposed to be like flying around me and spying on me, so I'm breaking the rules a little bit. So annoying. This time I see for this building you will basic hallway panels all the links below. Specific hallway C. Also need to download basic hallway door. forget to remove that. Save. Save. Decal B decals. Edit. Save. Save. Edit backhand. And update. Okay. Latest news. Style C. Yep, 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 yep. Good. That's excellent. Okay. Blueprints. Actually, I'm going to delete this. Trash that. Duplicate this instead. Basic hallway. Style C. Upload. Select files. Blueprints. Episode 4. Style C. Where is it? Oh, because they're all the same. That's right. A, B, C, D, E. Hi, hi. My God, I'm yawning and the day hasn't even started. It's midday, really. What time is it? 1 p.m. It's a long, large PDF. Glue gun, pencil. I think that's a Sharpie pen. Okay, that's done. Set image. Front end. Style C. There we go. Edit. Oh, no, not this one. Just that. Reverse order. Page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 9. And these I will have to print. I don't think I printed them for the filming. Or did I? Don't think so. Oh, maybe. Nope, nope, I don't want that. Nope, nope, nope. Hello. You know, as cool as WordPress is, it's sometimes so annoying. Don't do what you want it to do. Why is it putting it there? No. I want it here. There. That's so complicated. Oh. Okay, now. Link. Custom URL. Paste. Oh, wait, of course it's not pasting the right thing. This insert. Copy. After this. Edit. Upload. Oh wait. Print. PDF. Why is it column again? It's putting the wrong one. Oh, God's sake. Blueprint, it's there. Copy. There, finally. My God. It took forever. Update. Blueprint, 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 blueprint. Desktop hallway. Style. C. Don't need this no more. There we go. Save that. Save here. Technically, it should be okay. A blueprint. All of these lovely photos. Jack, thank you for subscribing. Um. Excellent. Now I have to print these, so I might as well print it now. And I don't know if I have the correct paper. Roxy? cover, the decal cover. Okay. Okay, so now I have to do the speed index. Poster done. Peak builder parts. Speed index. Star Wars New Hope. Style C. Decals. Decal over here. Copy that. Paste. Update. Okay, blueprint. Save that. Speed index. Refresh. Basic hallway C, decal. There we go. Style C. Excellent. And this I need to print, but I only want page 1 of 1. Why does it not allow me to do that here? That's odd. I'll print it from the master. Cancel. Okay, that works. And then speed index, blueprint. That works as well. Okay, so that's good. That's done. Save again. Backhand. Posts. I can close this for now. Okay. Close that. New. My tummy's rumbling. Okay, that's that. Oh yeah, I have to print decal. Column is there. I need style C. Print that. Like this. is... Did I put... Oh. Duh. Blueprint. Decal. Thank you. Okay, let's start filming. Switch glasses. Where's my little fur ball? Oh, here. My God, my glasses are so dirty. Oh, it's worse. Hey, Roxy. Where are you going? Hi. I'm going to film now. You're going to jump up on the table just as I'm ready to film? I thought you were sleeping. Oh, here you come. No, you can't come now. We're filming. Okay? You can't be little Godzilla. I'm gonna have to close the door. Yes. Don't sit on my blueprints. There's a treat. Entice the cat with treats. Make her leave the room. Come on. Look what I have. Go chase the treat. Okay. 3, the sound is working. Sound is working there. Everything seems fine. Jeez, my glasses seem... My eyesight is terrible today. Here we go. You're going to see, if you're watching, either after the live version or whatever, if you want to see, this is the making of the tutorial, obviously, but you're going to see how I just ramble on sometimes, and how my speech is, what comes out of my mouth is just like so unusable for the video. The number of times I have to redo phrases anyway, so that's the magic of this. If I find it's too embarrassing for the future, I might not do these anymore, but hey, that's what it's all about, fun, right? And trying to like just give you some cool content. So, okay, let's go. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm having you watch me do this. So now it's getting too hot. I'm gonna remove the heat. Okay. Okay, what you'll need in order to build your basic hallway column is decal downloads, the free decal, not decal, the blueprints. See, already I'm screwing up. Okay. So here's everything you'll need in order to build your hallway column support. You need the free decal downloads, the free blueprints, a piece of foam core. Black is ideal when you're building Death Star decals. If you can't find black, white is fine. You'll need a pencil, a black Sharpie, some glue stick, X-Acto cutting knife, X-Acto refills, and a hot glue gun, and a ruler. Cork in the back is best. It keeps it from slipping when you press down. Now, for my foam core, since if you look at the blueprint over here, if we look at the blueprint, it really is just 4 panels. We're making like a column where 2 panels are identical on each side like this. So you're going to have to cut 2 times 15 centimeter by 6 centimeter and cut 2 times 15 centimeter by 5 centimeter. And this will give you your parallel sides over here. So if you want to follow along exactly like I'm doing in my design, you can just print this sheet and do just a cutout of the 4 pieces using the red cutting guides over here. If you don't want to use these specific wall panels, you can just go into the download of the basic wall panels, and you can just choose from all the variety that is available, and then you can mix and match to your own content. If again, if you wanted to just use the same print as mine, all we're going to do is cut out this one shape. one's still on, yes. I forgot to mention pencil sharpener. If you're using a pencil, you want to get the precise lines. So since my four shapes are 15 centimeters in height, I shall go here and just do a marking at 15 centimeter. And then on the opposite end over here, I will do the same thing. Centimeter. Draw a contact line. Like so. Okay, now I want 6 and 6. So I'll start over here. Actually, since I have this, I could use this strip maybe for something. So I'll start on this side. If you're using a new, fresh sheet of foam core, you can just choose any side, it doesn't really matter. So, over here, let's see, 6 and 6 is 12. So we'll start with that. 6, 6, and then I said 5 each for the other one, so that's 10. I really hate math. I think it'd be really embarrassing if I didn't know my 2 times 5 is 10. The way my memory's going these days, I'm surprised that it's not disappearing. Okay. So 6 and 6 over here. 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now I'm going to take my X-Acto. I just changed a blade recently, so when you start a new project, it's always best to start with a new blade. When you start a new project, it's always good to replace a new blade because the foam core is the killer of blades. You don't want to be starting to do your cuts and have all the edges become all jaggy and full of holes. You want nice straight cut edges. So I'm going to cut this here. This is where the end starts, over here. Actually, yes, okay. This was from what I measured yesterday. Okay. I'm confusing myself already. Okay, so I'm just gonna push down and then lay down. I'm going to push down at this angle where this is 90 degrees with the cardboard here, with the foam core. Extend your blade. Lower the blade so that the maximum of the blade touches the surface. Okay? And then we just lower and then we cut. Like that. If you want, you can do 2 passes to make sure. But with a fresh blade, you shouldn't have any issues. So now I'm just going to trim this here. So down, lower, cross, down, lower, cross. This is cut. I'm gonna put my scrap away for some other project. here. A line. Just slice this. Try not to angle your knife like this. You want to try to keep it 90 degrees to the surface so that you have nice corners over here. Slice. One last cut. This support is column support. This column support is cut. There we have our 4 pieces. And there we have our 4 pieces. The 2 6 centimeters and the 2, and we have our 4 pieces, the 2 5 centimeters and the 2 6 centimeters. If we look at the blueprint again, you're going to see that the edge of the panel B, which is the 5 centimeter, goes to the flush with the corner of panel A. So your 5 hot glue was not plugged in. Oh, and where's my glue? So what you want to do is attach it this way, flush to the side, not on top like this, but you want to use the side of the 5 centimeter panel B, and you want to apply it right here against panel A, and then making sure that this is flush over here. Oops. I hit off instead. What did I hit? There. Jeez, it's been so long I've filmed that I don't even remember how to use my camera. Okay. Let's cut the decals while we're at it. Okay, so let's cut our decals now. We're going to use the red cutting guides. And what I want to do is I don't want to slice all the way across the paper, because if I do that, then I'm going to have this detached, and then the red cutting guides won't be lined up properly with the bottom ones. They'll be like at an angle, and it'll give you like some errors there. So we want to start somewhere over here, go across, and then stop right after you pass the edge over there. And then we're going to do the same thing over here. And then we're going to do the same thing here, just a line, and then slice, turn this around. Now it doesn't matter if you go across. Now it doesn't matter if you go all the way across, because you did your horizontal cuts already. So a line and cut. Remove that. Flip this around. A line. this will wrap around the four sides, and because we can do some pre-folding over here, but it's not really necessary. This will be wrapping around. This will be wrapping around the four sides of your column, okay? We're going to put this aside for now. You want to put a line of glue, hot glue on the side of your B piece. Place it on A, like so, and then try to make it 90 degrees over here. And the most important thing is you want it flush with the edge over here, and you want it to be flush at the top and the bottom, because this is going to be standing as your support for your ceiling and your floor. What I love about hot glue is that it dries almost instantly, so you have to kind of act quickly. Wipe off any of the little excess over here. Now we're going to flip this. You're going to do the same thing. You're going to put glue on the other piece, which is your C panel, and then you're going to apply it on the other end of your A like this. So another row of hot glue. Place it like so. Again, a line flush. You don't want to create a bump for the decal, and then flush here at the top and bottom as well. Now you'll have a good 30 seconds or so of manipulation until the glue completely hardens. So you can like push it a little more against the side there like that. That's good. Let that cool off a little bit, and then we're going to put the cap. Now we're going to do the reverse. You have your shape like this so far, and you're going to be putting the cap on top, not inside, but on top. Always flush over here the way that you did on this side. So I'm going to start just a little bit of hot glue over here. Apply this. Actually, there's a slight bend in it, so I'm going to curve it this way. Okay. Making it flush, both sides, and at the top and bottom. Manipulate that a little bit. Put some pressure on it. Push down. So, wipe off any excess. It's good. Let that cool off a minute or two. Peel off any glue that's left over on your fingers. Now what we want to do is we want to lift here and create, you want to lift and create a small gap that you'll be able to insert the nozzle of your hot glue over here. What you want to do is you want to lift this and insert your hot glue nozzle in order to apply it to the side, and then we'll lower it in place, and then you should have your shape of your column completed. It's that simple. So raise a little bit. Can you see? So raise. And then a little bit of hot glue. And then lower. You might have to push this shape up a bit in order to make it flush, and then press. So flush this, flush it on the other side. I have a cat here. Oh, little Roxy, she walked on my board just before filming, and I should have cleaned this off before. But it'll be covered in decals, so you won't see the cat hair on the column. No, I just want to make sure that I am flush over here. Okay, now just keep some pressure on that for about a minute. Once all four sides are dry, you just want to make sure and rub with your fingernail to make sure that you get any excess glue, these little glue nose knots that I call them, you get them removed so that you have flush on all corners, so that you'll have a perfect surface to wrap your decals around. You don't want to have any bumps underneath your decals. So before we're going to apply the decal, we want to take our black Sharpie pen with the printed surface facing outward. You want to go around the surface of the paper to create a black color in the thickness of the print, so that you don't see a white edge of the thickness of the paper going around, contrasting on your black foam core. You don't have to do this, but it does make a huge difference in the final result, especially in the connections, especially in the areas where the decals connect. Okay, put the cap on that. Now it doesn't really matter which way you start. I like to start not on the edge like this, because then when you wrap around, you might end up where I'm exaggerating here, but where it's not lined up 100%. So what I like to do is start with one of the middle ones over here so that you can kind of like see along the bends if it fits, and then you're able to manipulate the other sides perfectly. Okay? So what we want to do is place your decal like this, and we're just going to do a small memory. Okay? We're just going to bend it around the corner like that. Make sure that it goes around nicely. And then we're going to like make it tighter once it's peeled and being applied. All we want to do now is do a slight memory like this, so that all we want to do is do a slight memory like this so that it'll be easier to wrap around the column. The other thing I like doing is that even though I'm using full-size decal sheets that have the peel back sticker, if you make a mistake by peeling this directly on the foam core, you can't peel it off after. It makes a big mess. So the trick is to use some glue stick on the surface, because then what that allows, what I like to do is use glue stick applied on the surface, and what that allows is it gives you a second chance or third chance of manipulating it, either in rotation like this, or if you really go bad, to be able to peel it off without damaging the print and having to print a new one, or having to redo your foam core over here. So the first thing we want to do is on one side, apply a generous amount of glue stick like this. Now we want to peel our sticker. Now we want to peel our sticker. If you don't use decal sheets and just regular paper, then you'll be using the glue stick. You could put a bit of glue stick on the back of your sheet, decal sheet, and then apply it here after. So now I want to center at the bottom, like here. Okay, and then I'll go over here and see if the lines match up, and it's pretty close. And if I do a fold loosely, I could see that it's following properly and not going at an angle. So if I'm happy with that, yeah, I think it's going to work. Then you start in the center, press like this, and then move outwards. This way you're not creating any bubbles in the center of your decal here. So outwards, 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 okay? Now, we're going to start on this end because it's the only one that's once this is in place, we can go here, put a bit more glue stick, though it's not as important on the other sides. It's more the beginning part, which is where you want. It's more on the beginning part that you want the glue stick as opposed to the others, because it's where you have the most manipulation. So now that you So now that we put a bit of glue stick here, we want to take our fingers and we want to carefully press hard against the edge to get a nice sharp corner like this. So you're just going over slightly, okay, and then from the front you're going down the center. You're going to push down like that, and you're going to go down to the side, down to the side. Then you're going to go down a little more to the sides, down to the sides, down a little more to the sides, like so. Once you're happy, you can just press all over. You can pinch over here like this. You could pinch like this. Now we're going to move on to the other side. So we can now put this down. A little bit of glue in case we do need to peel it up, but it should be fine. Now we're doing the same thing. Now we're doing the same thing. You want to fold it slightly, then back from the center, push down, center, down, center, down like this. Pinch over here to avoid bubbles in the creases. Go all the way across. You can feel under your finger where the edge appears there. Then all the way down like that, all the way down. Okay, and we have one last one, and technically it should wrap perfectly. In theory, I said technically. A little bit of glue stick on the last piece. I'll close this for now. Same thing. Start slight presses like this. Then fold from the center. Center, edge out, pinch here, then center out, center like this, center like that. Okay. Now, depending on how you cut your piece, you may have a slight white edge here. So there's two ways to fix this. One is you can lay this on the bottom of your table, and then you can use your X-Acto blade and trim it off. Or you could use your nail technique and wrap this corner edge around to the other side of the decal, which means that you go like this, you're basically turning like that, and you're pressing the edge of this one onto this side, like that. That will give you a nice bond over here. And if you want to accentuate the black lines that you have on the other sides, you can always if you want to accentuate your line over here because of the fold, you can always use the side of your pen and then just go up like that. And then you'll have the same thickness as on the other sides. And it's as easy as that. This basic support column is handy when you're stacking your basic hallways on top of each other, because you don't want to have the weight of the top hallway crush the bottom one. So if you don't want to put a blast door or an archway, these are the perfect little instruments that act as a nice support and look really cool at the same time. And don't worry if there's a hole inside, because you're going to be placing the ceiling on top and then this on the base of the floor, so you're not going to be seeing inside. And because the strength is pretty solid on all fours because of the way it's glued together, there's no need to really do a front or top and bottom. One more thing, if you want to build more than one, you can do that. You can place as many columns as you want in your Death Star hallway based on the width. It's up to you. That's the fun part. It's like Lego. You just add all of the sections together the way that you want to do it. Now, when you're stacking your two dioramas, now when you're stacking two basic hallway on top of each other like this, if you don't want to use the same archway on both, this is where your support can come in. It fits exactly in between like this. And then all you have to do is you would have placed it here when you would have glued your ceiling to the base, and then you would have had a column instead. But see, thing about the column is that you don't have to place it only in the corners. If you want to add one here, add one there, add another one here, you can. You can place it like this, next to a glass door, give it some extra depth, or you can leave a gap like this, and then it'll give you more illusion. Not 100% movie accurate, but it's fun to look at and makes a difference based on the other hallway designs that you do. It's a very basic addition, but you can make some really cool modifications to your hallways using it. So I hope you enjoyed this video. If you haven't already, please subscribe and ring the bell. It'll make you a notification of when I upload the next videos, and it'll make me happy when I see my subscribers increase. Oh, that sounds terrible. This is the part I redo hundreds of times because it's not scripted. Oh my God. And there you have it, a simple basic hallway, column support, as easy as that. If you enjoyed today's video, please subscribe and ring the bell for notifications on future upcoming videos, and send me your photos when you finish your own builds so that we could put it in the visitors gallery. My name's Frank. Ciao for now. My name's Frank. Thanks for watching. Ciao for now. My name's Frank. Thanks for watching. Ciao for now. Oh! Something fell. Stormy fell. And there you have it. The finished support beam can be placed anywhere really, not just in the corners, and it makes it look really neat. The support beam not only supports your diorama bases with the ceiling, but it actually makes some really cool differentiation between the front or the back and the front, or the front and the back. You don't have to put your column over here in the corners. You can also place it anywhere along the width of your diorama. It adds a cool feature that makes it more depth, or adds more depth, I should say, to the back and the front of your basic hallway. Just like Lego, these basic hallway support columns fit anywhere that you want. It's the same width as a regular panel, so the decision is up to you. Hey everyone, it's Frank. Welcome to a new video. Today we're doing a very simple add-on for your basic Death Star hallways, and it is this support column. It's just 4 pieces of foam core stuck together with hot glue and with the decal skins of your choice to give it the Death Star look, and it acts as a perfect support when you start stacking your Death Star hallways one on top of each other. My name's Frank Diorio. I think I said that already, didn't I? Anyhow, you're watching DioramaWorkshop.com. Jeez, I forget how I'm supposed to start these. I haven't filmed this in like 2 months. Oh my god. Hey everyone, welcome to a new video. My name's Frank Diorio. Today we're doing a really simple addition basically to your Death Star basic hallways, and it is a beam support in order to allow you to stack multiple Death Star basic hallways one on top of each other without them collapsing. It's basically just 4 pieces of foam core, and then wrapped around with the skin. And this looks very simple and easy to make, which it is, but it actually adds a lot of dimension and makes your diorama look even cooler, and it makes it that no 2 dioramas will be the same, which is really neat. So this is what we're making. Welcome to my channel. Is that what I say usually? Oh my god. You're watching DioramaWorkshop.com. My name's Frank. No, maybe I said Frank. Oh my god, I can't believe I don't even remember how I do my intros. I might have to watch a new one. Hold on a second. This is how my Alzheimer's is, my lord. I can't believe that... going to place it like this on top.
I've definitely fallen in the trap in the past of targeting businesses and looking at them as, sales target.
If you want to show your support and encourage my website and my YouTube, stick some. If you want to show your support and encourage my website and my YouTube channel, you can become a patron. Simply visit Patreon/Diorama Workshop today. I want to give a huge thank you to my patron, Chris Jones, for sponsoring this video.
Hey everyone, it's Frank. Welcome to a new tutorial video. Today we're going to do something really cool. It's a deluxified 2021 version of the Death Star Style B hallway. The original design was made in 2005 for the Star Wars Celebration 3 Diorama Builders.
Of course, I had to watch the longest intro.
We had no light ceiling and just the basic decals. This time we're doing a 2021 deluxified, as I like to call it, version with improved movie accurate decals, light up ceiling, and improved connectivity to create your mega Death Star diorama. So sit back, enjoy the video. My name's Frank Diorio. You're watching DioramaWorkshop.com.
Okay, I do repeat myself. Okay. I thought I was losing it, but I do repeat myself. Okay, so. Okay, let me see how I phrase this. Now the cool thing about these is that it's like Lego. You can place it anywhere that you want along the base of the hallway, and the cool thing about these is that when you're going to be building it at home, it doesn't mean that you're going to be placing it necessarily at the same place as another person would, which means that no two dioramas can be the same. Well, they could be if you place it at the same spot, but you know what I mean. Anyhow, I hope you enjoyed this video. My name is Frank Diorio. You're watching DioramaWorkshop.com. Yes, okay, good enough. Now, film the screen. Over here. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, now in order to find your decal and blueprints, all you have to do is go on my website, DioramaWorkshop.com, and then you go over here to the tutorials, and then you go to speed index. Don't go to speed index 6 inches since this is a 3.75 project. Go to speed index, and then you will scroll until you see Star Wars A New Hope. Then look for the basic hallway column over here, and then you'll go to decal. Click on that. This will bring you to the PDF page. Scroll down. When you see over here, this is the one that I use specifically for my columns, but if you don't want to use these panels over here, you can choose from any of these PDFs over here, the basic hallway panels. You have all of these 19 different patterns, and over here you have the light panels with little light up things. It's up to you to decide which one you want. When you want the one, when you made the decision of which one you want to do, you click on it, brings you to the actual PDF. You download this to your computer and print it. For the blueprints, go back to the speed index, and for the blueprints, we want to go down this column, blueprints. Again, you go to column over here, blue. This brings you here. This one only has one, so you click on this PDF, download and print. Okay, that's that. So complicated. No. Okay, I'm importing that. I shall start placing for the other one. Cheers. Okay, this is done. 2, 3, the sound is on. 1, 2, 3, the sound is on. Okay. Okay, so here are the materials you need in order to make your basic hallway style C. You need white foam core, black foam core, the decal free prints available on site, or the blueprints, I should say. Okay, let's start over. So here's all the materials that you're going to need in order to build your basic hallway style C. You're going to need some white foam core, some black foam core. You're going to need the free blueprint downloads, the free decal downloads. You're going to need some LED lights if you decide to do a deluxe ceiling, some scotch tape, some fiskars or scissors, X-Acto knife refills, a ruler. You need to build yourself either a archway or a blast door, large blast door, or a column in order to act as your supports. These are optional. What is needed is, well, in my design I'm putting 2 doors, but you need at least 1 door so that you can see through it to the other side. So you need to build yourself a door or 2 or 3, depending on how many you want to put in your own design. You're going to need a hot glue gun refills, a large glue stick, a small glue stick, a pencil sharpener, a pencil, a black Sharpie, and a pointy triangle X-Acto pen. Now you're going to notice in your blueprint downloads that there's 9 diorama blueprints in the kit, but this is because it's for style A, B, and C. So if you go to print page number 1, this is where you see the style, how the style C fits in the back with an extra layer of hallway over here that you don't have in style A. Style A is just your basic flat wall. Style B is a bit thicker because you're doing one of the doors, but it's closed so that you don't see behind. But the style C that we're doing today is the full 48 centimeters deep and by the same 72 centimeters wide. Now you don't have to do 72 meters, oh my god, how huge that would be, 72 centimeters in order to do yours, but you just have to do multiple of 6 centimeters because that's the width of the Death Star panels. Okay, so here you can see more accurately how it says the style A, the design that I made, was just a flat backdrop. Style B was with a closed door that extends the 6 centimeters. That's why you have the extra space over here. And then the style C is really 3 layers. Okay, you're going to have the front layer, a mirrored back layer, and then a rear wall for what you're going to be seeing through the doorways. Okay, now you're going to need black foam core panels. Now for your walls, every panel is 15 centimeters in height. So you need to do the 72 centimeters or the width that you decide that fits on your particular shelf, but it has to be 15 centimeters for all 3 layers, okay? The only difference you're going to be doing is that you're going to be removing chunks of 2, okay, which means 12 centimeters in order to fit 1 door. So if you're putting 2 doors like I am, you're going to remove 2 panels and then 2 panels. In order to help you do that, So what I did is I made myself a template on a sheet of paper here. Actually, it's 3 sheets of paper scotch taped together with the 6-inch or 6 centimeter, I should say, panels times the 15 centimeter height. So this is the actual width of my wall. Now my doors are 12 centimeters wide, 6 plus 6 because it's 2 panels, right? And so you can decide to place it anywhere you want. If you only want one door, then you just place it here. Then you measure the number of panels you have on that side, the number of panels you have on this side. You could place it here, you could place it there. It's up to you. That's what's cool about it. It's like Lego, right? And so if I wanted to put 2 doors, I could put 2 doors like this, and then have 3, and then 2, and then 3, or you can put it like this, and then put it over here, and then have 1 on each side. I like it symmetrical, mirrored, so that's why I'm doing examples like this. But you could have 1, and then all this space over here, put maybe a round column. Where do I have that? You could take one of these, you could maybe take one of these large round walls and place them in between like this. It really is up to your imagination. Now, for me, if you want to do the exact design that I'm doing, I created this with little miniature versions, scaled down versions of the doors. And so what I'm doing is I want to do 2 doors, and I want to place my 2 hallways side by side. So in order to have the one hallway on the right which ends with a half sticker, it means that I want to put a half sticker here on this end so that I'll be able to put a full sticker in between or overlap the 2 dioramas in order to continue the 6 centimeter sticker. Does that make any sense to you? You'll understand by the end of the video. So what I'm going to do is that in my design I have a half and then 3 full panels. So that brings me to here. And then I want to have 3 full panels in between, which means that I'm going to put my door like that. So for my design, if you want to follow along exactly, you're going to have to cut a 9 centimeter strip over here, and then cut a 18 centimeter strip for the center, and then a 21 centimeter strip over here for the end. Do I have sound? Yeah, okay. The number of times I was filming and then my microphone pack was dead, and then I'd look in the editing there was no sound. I had to do overdub and all that. That's so complicated. So I'm going to note in my section here, I'm just going to write down what I just said. So I'm just going to write down what I said over here, which was I want a 9 centimeter, and then I want a 18 centimeter, and then I want a 21 centimeter. That looks like 4. I'm just going to separate my numbers, Frank. 21. Okay. So I know that this is what I have to cut, okay, out of this piece. And then the gaps will be filled in by the doors, okay? So, if you go back to your blueprint pages after. Page 2 you don't need, that's only for style A. Page 3 you don't need, this is for style B. What you'll be needing is page 4, and if I put this aside, page 5 you don't need, that's style A. Page 6 you don't need. Page 7 is the one you want, and then this shows you how to place your pieces of foam core after, so this is good to have, page 8, and then page 9 is just an example of what it looks like when it's done, and you have your assembly guide here for the rear over here, but you don't really need this because this is only when you're doing the single wall. I'm not sure if you need this. We'll revisit this. We'll revisit if you need this, or I'll just edit all this out. I don't even think I was recording during that because the light's not on. I was too busy looking over there. Oh my god, or looking if the sound was on. Okay, I'm gonna have to start that over. Hold on, just in case. I'm not sure if I had that. 2, 3, page 4, and this one, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. Record. Okay, record light's on. Jeez. Okay, if we go to the other pages in the blueprints, you'll see that page 2 you don't need, that's for style A. Page 3 you don't need, that's style B. Page 4 is what we'll be using, so put this one aside, or only print this one if you want. And then page 5 we don't need, that's style A. Page 6 you don't need, style B, and style C. Page 7, so this is good. And then page 8 is useful as well because it gives you the placement of the walls once we're done. And then page 9 is just a representation of what your possibilities are for when you assemble your diorama. Okay, now I know we got recorded. Put that here. Is that for the ceiling or the floor? I think it's for the floor, but I cut it. I'll need that for investment. Okay. Now if we go back to page 1, the first thing we want to do is cut a 72 centimeter wide. Again, this is the dimensions that I can fit on my shelf. If your shelf is shorter, you can just make it shorter, but remember 6 centimeter gaps, right? Or increments. So 72 centimeters by 48 centimeters on a white foam core for your ceiling and a black foam core for your floor. If you can't find the black for your floor, you can use a white as well, because you're going to be covering it in glossy vinyl. Oh! I forgot the vinyl. Oh, and most importantly, you're going to need some black gloss vinyl for your Death Star floor. My very long ruler. Oh, there it is. As you see, I don't have much space to walk around in my little office workshop. It's not like I had in Montreal, that big basement space. Okay, so just to make sure, I said 72 centimeters wide, which is this. It's a little short on this. For some reason, it's 71 and a half. When I did this, I cut it off the fly. Is this 72 here? No, it is not. Frank, what were you doing? Oh, look at that. 1.5. That's where I made the mistake. I only put 1 over here instead of 1.5. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Okay. Well, I'll use that for the other, or let me think now. This flip, this is the back, which means that this is this way. That's where the half will be. Oh my God, that's not a good thing. Frank. Oh dear. I'll have to change my design. this was to go to the left of that diorama. And so this was to go, this has to go this way. Like that. But then this is where I made the mistake. Oh, I don't want to redo this. No, 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 no. How can I fix this? Okay, last minute little brainstorming. You're seeing how sometimes things that you planned don't go accordingly. I can't believe I made that mistake that I put 1 inch here instead of 1.5. See, I don't follow my own blueprints. That's the problem. Oh my God. Okay, so my idea is that I want to take one of the, where's one of these? Do I have, where's, okay, I want to take one of these, and technically, actually, three centimeters on this is here. We interrupt this filming due to technical difficulties. Okay, how am I going to fix this? Now this is what's on the other side. Then I need another one of these things there. What does this say? No. Oh, well, I do have that. Oh, it's stuck on that. Great. Where's the flat? Frank, what did I do with all my decal things? Okay, well. Oh no, that's not what I want. Where is it? Let's see if it's gonna work. I'm gonna have to glue a side, an extra side, which will give me my, I'm thinking out loud here. Scrap of foam core. If I do this, stick it on the side edge, technically I think that gives it 1.5. No, it doesn't. Is this 1.5? It is 1.5. What am I dreaming of? 1.5? 1.5? Why was I saying this is 1 centimeter? Oh, because it's, oh, this is cut wrong. This is 1.5 here, but here it's 1. Oh God, so it gave me an angle here, which is not good. So when I connect those two together, it's going to look stupid. Okay, and if I at this thickness, that makes it too thick. Like here, now it's 2 centimeters, except that if I put it here, this is 1.5. So I have to figure out where it changes. This is 1.5, 1.5-ish. Then it gets shorter there. So if I take that and I do this, for the front, because here's my half. Oh no. Hold on, my math skills are all mixed up here. The half goes here. So then this is where it's going to connect like that. 1.5. So then half of it goes there, and then the other full goes there. That's off. Those. Full. That goes like that. This. I'm gonna have to cheat at the connections on the end. As long as these are in between, I should be okay. Oh, okay. Complications. And this is 48 centimeters, right? Even that's off. Well, that is 48 centimeters. Okay. No disaster. Okay, so I want to have 72 centimeters wide. This sheet is 76 centimeters. So I'm just going to measure over here to make sure that I'm exactly at the right number. Here, let me flip this way. Okay, so from here, I want 72. So that brings me, excuse my head, over that. And then 72 on this side. Come on. Line this properly. 72 gives me that. I'll align the two. And trim that off. This looks off though. Look at that. Four centimeters. And 4 centimeters. Okay, it's an illusion because of this. So I'm going to align this and trim. Keep your X-Acto at the right angle, 90 degrees if you can. Try not to make it go sideways like that. Keep this for later, another project maybe. And now that we have the 72, I said I need 48 this way. So I shall take my measurement here. Press down hard, lower the blade, never cut like this. You want to have as much surface as you can on your blade when you're cutting. And always with a fresh blade, if you do 10 cuts or more, it's a good idea to change the blade because foam core is the killer of the blades. So pressing down on the ruler, move, press down, and then pressing down still. There we go, remove that. We now have our piece over here. This long ruler taking up so much space. I'll leave it there for now. it's still recording. So this is our floor piece. Now we're going to cut the same for our ceiling, but we'll have to cut it 2 times. One for the grid if you're doing a light up ceiling, and then for the top piece, okay? Before we move on to the ceiling, I want to apply the vinyl to the floor. Now, my DC vinyl that I have here, the roll isn't wide enough for the style C hallway because it has that extra 12 centimeter in the rear. If you look at the blueprint over here, you'll see you'll see the 27 centimeters is the length of your first hallway, and then the wall will be in the gap here between the 27 centimeters and the 12 centimeters in the back. So what we want to do is, if we have a spacing here or a seam of the DC Fix vinyl, it won't show because this will be covered by your Death Star wall. God, it's hot in here all of a sudden. The lights. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a mark at 32 centimeters over here, and then 32 centimeters on this end, and then join that. Then join that. So this will be where my DC Fix can overlap, okay? So I can see now, if I'll leave the ruler here. Here, I'll do like this. Do this exaggeration here. Okay, this is an exaggeration of the pencil just to show you that now, if I place here, I have enough DC Fix on this side, and then I have enough on the outside as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll out 2 times a little more than the length, because I want it to overlap so that I can trim it after to make a cleaner edge, right? And then we'll have to do it in 2 passes, okay? Remove this. Take my little plastic off there. Okay, so what I want is put this here. What I want is I want to unroll this. Let me just put this. I want to unroll enough without wasting too much. Maybe like an inch or more on each side there. So I want to have that. And then a little excess on this end too. So here, let's cut it at this over here. So if I take my ruler, I should be able to trim. If I take my ruler, I should be able to trim it here like that. Okay, now I just want to do the same thing again. Here is the demarcation, and then this is where I cut it over here. So I'm just going to lift this again, just to be able to flatten this while I cut. Well, actually, I'm going to pull the first one away so you're not cutting into it by mistake. At the cost of these DC Fix vinyls there, you don't want to waste or have to throw away a large piece. Trim this. I'll put my little sticker. I'll reapply the little tape here. I'll reapply the little silicone tape to keep it together. Oh, there goes the trash. So I have two equal pieces of vinyl here. I'm just going to turn this around just to show you. I believe that it should be more than half. Here's my mark, so if I leave an inch, if I cut here, along here, that's more than plenty. And if I measure, this gives me 20, and here I have 25, so I could even exaggerate another 2. If I have 21, I don't really need it, but if I cut at 21, then I have, 24, so 22. 22 I can cut, and then I'd have another 22, 23. Okay, well, good enough. So I'm going to trim it along here, and then I'll have 2 pieces for when I build another style A, or style C, I should say. So there's enough in the width of this roll for me to make 2 style C hallways, so I'll keep this one aside for when I decide to make another one, and then we'll use this side over here to do the rear of today's build. let's just trim. So let's just trim this half over here, like this. Put this aside for my next hallway style C. Oh, shit. Jesus. Jesus, at the wheel, there's a demon. I need a bigger table is what I need. Okay. So let's start with the smaller half, which is the rear of the diorama. And the technique is the same for both sides. What you want to do is you want to find a scrap piece of foam core that is larger than the width of your vinyl. And what you're going to do is you're going to be using this to push forward your vinyl. You're going to be leaving it raised like this. And then as you push forward with your hand, you're going to be lowering this so that you're going to eliminate the bubbles. So the pushing is what causes the lowering of the vinyl. So you just let your hand be guided by the pushing of this over here. So this way you're going to have a nice flat surface on this end, okay? Because if we were to peel the whole thing and then lay it flat, you'd have all these bubbles and it is just a nightmare. You want to avoid that. So what we want to do is to kind of use this guideline over here that I had, and just to make sure, if I place this overlap like that, I have plenty sticking out on this side as well, okay? So let us start by peeling just a small amount over here. Of course, I trimmed my nails before and I'm having trouble now. Is the volume still on? Yes, it is. Okay, try to peel your DC fix. This is giving me a nightmare. Ah, here we go. Okay. I say DC fix just because that's the brand that I use, but any glossy vinyl is just as good. Okay, so I'm just peeling a little bit, then I'm going to fold this over, okay, so it's out of the way. Now I'm going to align this as much as I can. Now it doesn't have to be perfect on the line because it's going to be covered by a 6 centimeter wall here, okay? So you just want to kind of align it, and then you want it to go past this edge over here. So I'm going to do this here, and what I'm going to do, just lift, press gently, okay, not too hard. Oh, before we do that, you have to make sure to remove all of dusts. You want to, before we apply this, you want to make sure that you remove all the dust and that there's no like hot glue little snots or anything like that, because it'll show through the vinyl. So peel back a little bit, take your foam core, start pressing like this, okay? Then put your hand under and pull, and then move this forward. Pull this 1-2 inches, move this forward. And we're just going to keep doing that till we get to the end. Pull this forward. I mean, push it forward, not pull it. Okay? If it starts getting messy with this, you can always tear it, throw that away, and then continue on. Let me re-grab this. Okay, so this is nice and flat, no bubbles. Pull, pull. Excellent. There we go. Perfect. Perfect surface. If we wanted to be nitpicky, in the movie there's like grooves that we could do that I will be doing for the Millennium Falcon docking bay, but we're not doing it for this part. Okay? Now we want to flip this upside down. Now you're going to take your X-Acto and you're going to lean it against the edge, and you're just going to trim the excess, okay? Go slowly. Try not to trim the foam core. You don't want to be cutting into the foam core. You just want to go like this. You want to make sure that the floor is nice and flush with the edge. Okay? And this. Same thing over here. That easy. And flip this around. And then we want to cut over here. You don't have to press too hard because vinyl cuts like butter. If you have a nice new blade, you shouldn't have any problems. So we have one side done. So we have one side done. Whoops. So we have one side done. Try not to touch it too much because your fingerprints will leave dirt marks or oil marks, and it'll look not as nice, and you might cause scratches and stuff like that that show up when you take photos. Now what we want to do is do the same on the other side. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a larger piece of scrap foam core that fits all the way across over here. My vinyl. I'm going to align it close to over here and have it overlap an inch or so. Is this in frame? Yeah, okay. So, peel a little bit. When it's wider, it's a bit trickier. Just peel this. Whoops, I went on back onto the... Come on. There. Try not to put crease creases on your floor. You don't want to have folds here. Now fold this under, press down. Okay. Now I'm going to align this with the top, let it overlap a little bit. So this should work okay. I'm just going to press lightly here first to get it started. Then move this way. Okay. Now if there's a slight overlap here, it doesn't matter because the thickness of your door is going to go and hide the gap there. So carefully put your hand under, peel back a little bit, lift it, and then bring it down with this scrap foam core there. So lift and pull, advance your foam core, lift and pull, let the foam core bring it back down. Lift and pull, just like that. Lift, push. All the way to the end. Like that. Now if there are a few little air bubbles, push them out to the side. These were closer to here. You don't want to push it all the way there. And that's pretty good. Okay. Carefully turn this around. Press down here, make sure there's a nice connection on the edge, and then cut along over here. Do the same on this end. When you lower your blade, it's easier to cut because you're having more surface touching instead of just the tip like that. There's a little snag here. Might be time to change my blade. let's switch blade. I could snap it off. Let's try that. I'm just going to snap it. You put your, when you want to snap off just a section instead of replacing the whole blade, what you want to do is find one of these little grooves here, and then you're going to press it against the table. You're going to cover your hand so that the blade doesn't pop in your eye, and then just press. Just press. Oh my God, why isn't it not working? You want to place it like this, and you're going to be pressing against here, which is where the groove is, okay? So press. You'll hear the snap. Put this aside. Put this aside so you don't cut yourself. I use an old popcorn. Container. I use an old popcorn container. So let's trim this. Oh, much better. It's a shame that you can't recycle this. I guess you could if you put the wax paper back on it and then re-roll it for some other part or something that you could do. But for today, I'm not doing that. So we have a nice floor. Okay? So our floor is done. We can put this aside for now. Now we need to create, now if you're doing LED light up deluxe like I am, you need to cut one piece of 72 by 48 in white, and then you're going to have to measure all of these dimensions over here, okay, in order to create your areas that you're going to cut out, and then this is where your light will shine through. Now this is the same technique as we did with the style B and A. Now this is the same technique as we did with the style A and B. The only difference is that because we're adding this rear hallway over here, you have to cut out an extra row of lights over here, okay? And since the technique is the same, I'm going to spare you all of the 1 hour tutorial on how to prepare and cut your ceiling strips and assemble your ceiling. And I'm just going to skip like magic to a completed ceiling just like this. sound's still on? Yeah. Okay. Now the main difference in this ceiling compared to the style A, which is only this section over here, and style B, which ends over here, is that you have this extended part, like I mentioned before, which is the width of your 12 centimeter hallway. Now this gap that you have here is going to be hidden by the thickness of your doors. Okay, so if I turn this sideways, if I put this sideways, you'll see when it's sideways, you can see how the door thickness is going to hide all of this in between, and it's only going to expose. When I put it sideways like this, you can see that when I put it sideways like this, you can see that the 6 centimeter thickness of the door is what hides and covers. Oh my God, I thought it was the cat. When I put it sideways like this, you can see that the 6 centimeter thickness of the door covers all of this center part over here. That's why the seam with the floor vinyl doesn't show, and whatever is not hidden perfect with decals on this area as well. No, I'm going to repeat that. When you look at it sideways, you can clearly see the 6 centimeter thickness of the door covers this area gap over here that separates the front style A and B part and the C hallway in the back over there. Now, when I did this ceiling, I hadn't finished the final skins that you're using today, so that's why you have these little white areas over here. So I'm going to show you how to apply the actual skins on just a mock-up strip so that you'll understand how to get to here. So we're going to want to grab our decals, okay? And what you're going to want to be doing is that you're going to be using for the ceiling part, page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay? Now when you're going to be doing your ceiling, you're going to need to print 1 time of page 1, 6 times of page 2, 5 times page 3, 5 times page 4, and 1 time page 5. Now let's trim these and then we can place them on our mock-up here. Let's cut these out and place them. Now let's trim these so I can show you how you're going to place them on this mock-up, which would be your ceiling but wider. Now let's trim these and then I'll show you on the mock-up mock-up how to place them properly. Okay, so I'm going to just trim Okay, I'm going to trim along the red guides of the outside, but I'm not going to need all of them, so I'm just going to do one row for you guys at the moment. But all you want to do is that you want to cut it like this, and then I'll just trim this. You want to use the colors to cut around, and you don't want a white gap around your colors there. So I'll put that aside. So for here, you could even use Fiskars. It's easier. You could just, or regular scissors, you can just cut that, cut the white out. Aside for now. Same thing with this. I only need one for this one and then one of that as well, so I'm just going to trim over here. This page I only need these for now, or one of these. I'll reuse my sheets for another build later. You could even do this. These little Fiskars that my cousin Tracy got me are really cool because there's like a little spring mechanism here, so when you close it reopens automatically. You don't have to keep open and closing like regular scissors. Okay, and then I only need the one fat one over here. Use the red guides. To cut these. And then just on the sides. So in all the decals, so in all your decals here, these dark lines are folding lines. So you're going to want to fold along these, okay? You don't want to cut that. So this is where the guides, these are basically, all of these are basically the thicknesses of your foam core. So that will wrap around, and then the sides are these dark demarcations, and then the wraparound is the same color as the center, okay? So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to do a fold along this crease here, like this, on all your pieces. Along the edge. When you're folding full label sheets like this that have the wax paper behind, it's a little bit trickier because it wants to bunch up there as opposed to folding just plain paper. I like to use my finger, the extension of my finger, and then wrap that around to begin, and then pinch it slightly to give it the start of a memory, and then you can move your way or make your way around to the end and then meet towards the center. You don't want to pinch too hard because that you'll be doing the exact precision when you actually wrap it around. You just want to create a memory in the paper so that it won't fly all over the place when you're placing it along the ceiling pieces there. So that's the biggest fold. Then we have these little ones over here. Then this, like that. This over here. This, like so. Okay. Then I'll do I need two? I'll do two. I don't need the two, but to show you what I'm doing. There, this. Then we'll put the small ones over here. These are your end caps. So again, this is the exact same method that you did for the ceiling of style A and B. So you can just jump to one of those videos. I'll put the time codes in the description. Oh, this, I have to trim this over here. I'll put the time code in the description so that you'll be able to know exactly where to go in the style A or B videos to see the full detail of what you're doing to create the ceiling and installing the lights and all of that. I just thought it was just like too much to do it a third time. Okay, that's folded, and then this one. And then this one. Okay, so using this template, just to show you where the sticker application goes, now you know that in your version, you'll have this wider, it'll continue the full 72 centimeters that you had for your width of your ceiling. Now, what we're going to do is exactly the same as we did for style A and B. We're going to take these long pieces over here, and this will go aligned with the center thickness over here, and it'll go towards the front. Okay, this is the front of your diorama, and then this is the rear. So what you could always do that I enjoyed doing was when you apply your decals, this would be better on a black foam core when you cut your shapes, and then the top part would be white, the full frame for the reflection of the lights, okay? So I'm just doing it on white so that you could see what I'm doing. You can apply glue stick like this, okay? So that it'll allow you to manipulate your decal, and if you don't use full size label sheets like I do, then you'll be applying it on your paper, printed paper, and then applying it also on your foam core, and then smush the two together. So I'm going to find the peeling mark over here, which is this. Okay, and what we want to do is you want to align flush against the edge there, and you want to place the two pieces. You want to place your piece here with the two dark grooves as close to the lines as possible, meaning that this light bluish area is where it'll be your main beam here. So you want to take this, align that, press that down lightly, okay? And then what you're going to do is that you're going to play with this sideways until you see that your lines here are matching with this beam as well. Okay, so I see that I'm a bit off. I'm just going to pull this until it matches exactly. Then I'm going to press my finger down the center. Then I'm going to move outwards. So center, always center, center outwards like that, and then center out. You'll feel your fingers falling off the beam there, okay? When you do that, now you can come and you can start folding over your decal over the edge like that. And then press and pinch, right? You can flip this over, do the same thing. Make sure that your flat here surface is touching the thickness over here, and then carefully wrap this around, okay? Like this. Try to avoid creases and bubbles, but if there are, this is the unseen portion. If you have little creases like this, it's not as bad as if it was on this side, because this is the exposed diorama side. This no one will see. The lights will be hidden or hiding this, okay? Now we want to go on this side and do the same thing. Now for the other side, we do the same thing. Slowly from the center, push it over the sides like that. Start pinching. Now this is very fragile, especially the edges. If this was your real end, it's 1.5 centimeters thick. This can break easily. If you've seen my Style B video, my Roxy little kitten at the time, she grabbed it from under the table and like ripped it in half, which made me like, I had just completely lost it. All that hard work having to redo it, but I was able to patch it, which was good. So anyhow, then you overlap this, just pull it, pull it, pull it, and then again, center out, center outwards. Okay? If you want to make sure that this never falls apart, you could take piece. If you want to make sure this never undoes itself, you could take a piece of Scotch tape like this and then just apply it at the seam, and then do the same thing at the top and center over here. Okay, this is the same technique that you're going to see in the full video of style A and B. Now there's a gap that's left here from having this length not as long as it's supposed to. God, I have the hiccups. Now because your home printer 8.5 by 11 sheets doesn't reach the end here, this is where this end cap comes in. This is where this end cap comes in. Now you fold it like this because it's going to go aligned with the edges over here, and you're going to align here and you're going to align these pale lines with this beam over here to give you like a T, so that when you fold it over, you're going to get this, and then over on the other side you get this shape, right? And this folds over. Now again, this is shown in the full tutorial, so don't worry if you don't understand completely. This is just to show you what it looks like, how to apply it on the style C, okay? So what you would do is the same thing, a little bit of glue stick over here. You want to peel this. Come on. Fold. I can't find it. Oh, here we go. You want to peel this. Be careful when you peel them at the cut here. You don't want to tear the paper. Okay, you just want to be peeling the part that is the wax paper, like this. Okay, so again, this aligns. This aligns over here like that, and then I'll just make sure that this fits perfectly with the blue there and the blue there, which it does. Then you can press down. Fold this over first. Fold it on the other end or other side. Fold it here. Wrap it back over here. Now this lip over here goes around the outside of the front, okay? And then the same thing just folds over. You can do your double protection again. Piece of Scotch tape like this. Too much, it's sticking out. I'm going to remove that. There. Piece of Scotch tape here. And then, because of the seam, if you look at it this way, you'll see that you'll be able to see oh, the battery died. sound still on? It is. If you look at it this direction, you should see a little white demarcation over here where the joining of the two decals. However, when you look at it this way, from the view of the front, this overlaps the long part, and so it gives you the illusion that it's one sticker. At least it should do that. Plus it's the ceiling, and then when the lights are on, it'll give a flare or a glare that'll hide this as well. But don't forget, little imperfections like this when you're doing arts and craft is what's kind of cool, because you could do it in 3D printing or do it in, you know, a material where you would paint it. You could paint this if you wanted, but it gives you a little bit more satisfaction knowing that you did it yourself, and the imperfections is what sort of like gives you the satisfaction that you made it yourself. I'm repeating myself in a circle, aren't I? Don't worry if you even see a little overlap. Don't worry if you see an overlap. When you're doing arts and craft, you can't have it 100% like if you would with a 3D printer, or if it was like in styrene plastic or something like this. It's not 100%, but it still looks cool once the figures and all the lights and everything is done. Now the shorter piece goes in between the rear, okay, the same way as you did here, but it should fit just like that, okay? And if it's a little bit past, okay, the 13 centimeters, that's what it is, right? I'm saying I should measure first to make sure. Hello? 13? Yeah. Now, depending on how you cut this, if it's not exactly 13 centimeters, if it sticks out a little bit more, you might have to trim it a tad for it to fit inside these two gaps over here. But if so, just take your ruler and trim a hair off the edge, then fit it again. If it still doesn't fit, trim another hair. It's better to trim multiple times than too much, and then you end up where it doesn't meet up in the center anymore. So a bit of not hot glue. So a bit of glue stick, peel back the decals, this little corner, little bugger, come on, there. And then same thing, we want to align it flush against here, and then make sure that if I go at it this way, I want to make sure by pulling this a little bit towards the side that my two inner lines of the folds match up over here with these two sides or two edges of my center grid there. Put your pressure on the center, center out, center out. Now you pick a side, do your folds, same technique, fold, 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 pinch. You want to press this side there, nice and flush, and then pull, pull, pull and fold. Start in the center, out, center, out, fold. this is the only difference. This part here, this zone, is the only difference that you won't see in the style A and B tutorial, okay? But it's the same principle. What I'm showing you now is the same thing as you did here, but you're just doing it in this small section now, right? So you're just pulling again. Make sure that it's flat here. Pull center out. Center out. Okay. Scotch tape. Tape. You now have your center beam, which is the same color as... I'm hearing ghosts. Now your center beams are the same color as the decals of your walls, so it'll be a nice match compared to if they were just let black, or you don't want them white either. But as opposed to having it black, it's a nice change. Now this is what your beams look like. Now remember, this will be on a black styrofoam or a black foam board, if possible, so that the blending is better and you don't see any white gaps in between. If you see a black gap, it's not as evident. It's not as much of an eyesore. Let me throw this away. Okay, now these long pieces, okay, is what goes on the insides of the thinner gaps, okay, or where you've cut out your ceiling panels, okay. So this will align over here, the dark inside, and then this will go and wrap itself around this way, okay, flush, and then you go here and then you wrap it this way, attach that, okay. The same thing over here. For every beam, you place these center pieces like this and then fold them over. This will be hidden by the door, so it doesn't matter if it's white, okay? Now the same technique that you used for these, you use with the small ones for the end caps, okay? Which means that you would just place them like this, okay? Now I'll do it, I'll peel it just to show you. If I can find a peel there. Peel. So just place lined up like this with the edge of the beam, press down, fold over, press the outside, fold over here, press this down, and then wrap that again. You could put Scotch tape if you want, and then the same thing goes on the other side. Peel. Line. You could put you could put glue stick if you want to be able to wiggle it around a little bit more. If I was doing the final product, I probably would be doing that. But for this example, I just want to show you. So then fold that over and see how you get these clean edges. And then in the front, you'd be doing the same thing. So peel, align this like that. Now the difference with the front is that because the front of your diorama you're going to be seeing the edge, that's why there's this T shape, so that there's an overlap created over here. When you fold this over here. Let me put this last one. Align it So see, it gives a uniform color. You see how it gives a uniform color all the way across and over here. And then when you'd be doing the other sides, then this T would then go over here. And so you'd always have a continuous color all the way across your 72 centimeters there. So this is what your decals, let me zoom back out. So this is the positioning of each of your new decals. You just have to repeat it on all of the beams. Follow the techniques that you see in the style A and B tutorials, and your ceiling will be completed within an hour and a half. And now you can see how your textures just repeat each other all the way across like this to give you the finished ceiling. Okay? The only difference being is that over here you would have, the only difference is that these exposed areas now have a decal in the finished design that I did. Okay? So your version won't look like this, it'll look like this, and then this section here will have the white exposure, which is fine because again, the thickness of the door hides the white. As for the lights, it's the same principle, but instead of curling them all the way around only on one side, you have to curl them around your support beams of this rear hallway section as well. Now you can use one strip or need to use two strips depending on the length of the strip that you buy, but you want to try to cover at least an even amount of space on both ends so that you don't have one really well lit area and then like a dim area in the back. You want the lights to be even. Okay, now let's grab a piece of black foam core and we'll go back to our page 1 of our blueprint over here, and for my design I need to measure the 15 centimeters all the way across, and then I need to measure 21, 18, and 9. So I'm going to sharpen my pencil. Now I need 15 centimeters all the way across. Now I need 15 centimeters all the way across, so I'm just going to make a measurement over here. So I have 15 centimeters over here, and then flip this around, and then on this end do the same thing, 15 centimeters. Grab my ruler. Let's align this. Cut. Measure another strip. $15 centimeter. Flip this around. $15 centimeter. Geez, my eyes are getting all blurry. It's not easy getting old. Okay. Align and cut. Press down hard on the ruler, you don't want it jiggling around. Okay, we don't need this, put this aside for now. Another project. I have my, I don't need that either. Oh my God. Oh my God, I almost tore the ceiling as I put it behind me, and then I threw the ruler on the floor, and then the ruler hooked the ceiling on would have died if the paper, transparent paper would have been all ripped. Okay. Let's continue. Let's pause this. Unframe this. Okay, the first piece is 9 centimeters, so I'm going to make a mark here. 9. And then after that, then I wanted 18 centimeters, so that would make it 27. And then 21, which is 48. Am I still in frame here? And then 21. Okay, so let's just see that. 18. And then 21. Okay. I shall do over here. 9. What's the recordings? 9. Do another 21. I have room for another 21 over here. So I'm just going to add that. 21. Okay, let's just slice these. That. So I have my two 21s there. In theory, it should fit perfectly. And then my 9, 18. I'm going to have to trim the 9 a little bit because it doesn't fit on the ceiling. But now I'm going to take this. It's not the most comfortable. aside for now. Align. Slice. Okay. So I have my 2 9s, my 2 18s, and my 2 21s. Now for the end caps of each of the center walls, I have to cut out a 5 centimeter thickness of the 15 centimeter height. Okay, I forgot to mention that in the blueprint. So I'm just going to take the same leftover from the leftover piece. So from the leftover piece that I had here, I'm just going to measure 5 and 5 and get my 2 end caps over here. So 5, 10, 5, 10, align, slice, align, and slice. Now if I grab my template again, then I know that I have my 2 pieces that fit here. Then I have my door. Then I have these 2 middle pieces. And And then I have my second door, and then the end piece of the hallway, and the two end caps that go and close off the pieces over here. So let's start gluing. Again, don't panic if it's not exactly, again, don't panic if your design is not exactly the way that I did it. It won't look like this. It depends on the number of doors that you decided to place and the organization of the slots. So if you're following my exact movie accurate-ish version, this is what it'll look like. If it looks somewhat similar, it's still good. Now we just have to glue the pieces together to make our wall front and rear. Okay, we're going to grab one of our first doors and we're going to put some hot glue on the sides, and then we're going to attach the 21 centimeter piece, making sure that it's flush at the top and bottom and flush in the front over here. Refill, hot glue refill. Okay, so we want to put just a small line of hot glue along the side there. Then take one of your pieces and then just align it flush with the door frame. Like so. You might have to push this part up in order for it to be straight. Oops. Try to make sure that it's straight, 90 degrees over here. And you want it to be as flush as you can with this. Try to keep it flush over here. Once the glue is almost dry, you can place it on the floor like this. Make sure that this is pressed against it. You want a nice clean tight joining of the two pieces. Keep some pressure until the glue cools down. Now if I look at my little template, this section over here is the outside, which means that over here now if I look at my template, this long section over here Now if I look at my template, this 21 centimeter section over here is what we just installed, which means that this is an end cap. So we're going to take one of our 5 centimeter pieces here and we're going to just glue it here to make it more sturdy so that this doesn't rip off of the door once you place the top layer. So I'm just going to put a little bit of hot glue here, and then align it. See that? And then align it with the edge. Okay, there will be a decal covering here, so you want a smooth side so that there's no bump in the decal. Okay, make sure it's tight and flush at the top and bottom. Make sure it's flush at the top and bottom. Then just put a bit of pressure on that for maybe 10 seconds. Okay, now this other piece now is going to slide in. It's going to lean on top of this, okay? But it's going to slide flush against the side here, like we did along the spine, okay, of the door. So spine for the door and on top for the outside, okay? So I'm going to apply along the spine of the door a small line of hot glue, and then put it at an angle and lower it so it doesn't smudge your decal, okay, like this, then lower it. Make sure that it's flush. It could lean here temporarily since there's no glue while you manipulate the front here. The important thing is you want this top and bottom to be a nice flush fit, and you want this leg to be flush against this cardboard. You don't want the leg bending in and creating a gap here. So I'm just going to keep some pressure on this a little bit. Nice and flush. Let it dry. 10-15 seconds. Now for the end cap, we're going to use our index finger to lift this up, and you're going to be putting hot glue on the side of the outer edge here. Okay? So since I'm right-handed, I'm going to flip this around. I'm going to use my left hand index just to leave a gap like that. And then I'm going to carefully put a line of hot glue like this. And then I'm just going to let it fall on itself. Okay, let gravity take its place or do its magic. And you just want to align the top and bottom again and make sure that this is flush, that it's not pushed in or out. Put a slight pressure. Now, because it's a simple box, you should have no trouble having the pieces fit properly. Just be careful when you put your fingers. Be careful when you put your fingers inside here that you don't burn yourself with the excess glue that's coming out of the seams there. So nice and flush on the sides, and then flush here so that your decal won't have any extrusions or dents in it. So you have one thickness of wall on the outside, okay? Now we're going to add the centerpiece that goes over here. Now we're going to add the 18 centimeters that go on the other side of the door. Same principle. Layer of hot glue over here. Then we'll be placing this aligned top and bottom, and then flush in the front over here. So line of hot glue. And then apply this. Put some pressure along this area here so that it flushes and touches. Put some pressure on the bottom of this door because it's very thin, so it's going to want to bend. So as long as the top and bottom match perfectly, you know that when you're going to place it on the floor and ceiling, that will sandwich it perfectly 90 degrees. I'm just holding this another 10 seconds or so. It's critical that it's flat over here and at the top so that it sandwiches perfectly between your floor and ceilings. Here is a bit less important because the decal skins will be able to hide it because it's panels with grooves in it. But at the top and bottom, you don't want it to be all wavy. This is almost done. Do the other side. Layer of hot glue. Do you see this? Where's my finger? Layer of hot glue. Use this was having trouble squeezing out. And then attach this. Again, it's easier if you angle it this way and lower it so that you're not putting any glue on the front of the decal. Make sure top, bottom is perfectly aligned, and then push this zone here against the spine. Okay? You want to have a nice flush wall there. I almost burned myself by putting my thumb on where the glue was still heating. So keep your pressure like this for 10-15 seconds. Place it like this and put it to the side for now. We're going to concentrate on this door. Now this door is this section, so it's these two pieces are going to go to the left, and then the end cap will go on this side, like that. So, let's start with a bit of hot glue. A little more hot glue, a line of hot glue over here. Then angle like this, and then lower. Okay. We want to, oops, it wants to come apart. We want to push this zone here. I'm going to try to rub this glue, excess glue, before it makes a big mush. And then press this. Put some pressure. This is going to come along quite nicely. We're almost done after. The longest part is the ceiling. And we did that in the other tutorial. You still have to build it, but for this video it'll seem shorter. Okay. We want to put some hot glue here now. Now we want to put some hot glue here and then attach it on the inside of the, and we want to attach it on the inside like this, not on the outside, not like that. You want it inside on top like that, okay? So a line of hot glue, and then press it here along the edge. Make sure at the top and bottom it fits centered perfectly, and then play with the edge over here. Flush of the outside edge. But most important is the top and bottom centered. Now keep some pressure on this for a good 10-15 seconds again. Okay, now we want to put glue on the inside of the other side of the door frame, and then attach this piece first, and then we'll do the outside. So, a little bit of glue over here. Attach it like this, angle, then lower, and center at the height. And then flush, and make sure that this is nice and even. Flush, 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 centered top, centered bottom. I'm gonna start sounding like a broken record. These don't even have the skins on, and already I'm all excited. I'm seeing the potential. I know what it's going to look like. It's going to look like this. And seeing through the door, I think it's going to make a huge difference. You're going to see for the first time in all the three styles. This is the one that takes the most time because you have to build all the doors first before you get to do the actual hallway. But it's the one that's going to make you smile the most and looks more like the actual Death Star in the movie. That was a long pause between those two words. Okay, I'm going to lift this slightly like I did on the other side, and I'm going to just put some hot glue along the edge there. I could even try, I don't want to break it, but do you see that? Are you able to see it? Okay, without burning myself. Hot glue, hot glue. Okay, now I'm going to lower it. Ow! Jeez, I'm talking about don't burn myself. I just did. Oh, great. That's gonna hurt tomorrow. Nice blister. See, even the experienced diorama builders burn themselves from time to time. Oh, that really hurt. Oh, it's stinging now. Dang. I might have to go put some cold water on it before it becomes like a big mess, like a boil. See if I can rub this off at the moment. You have to be careful of putting your hands inside your shapes there because if the hot glue drips onto your finger. Oh my god, it's really hurting. Okay, I'm gonna put some pressure on this and then I'm gonna go put my hand under, my finger under cold water. Okay, a bit of pressure. 10 seconds or so. Ouch. I'll have to put a post on Facebook tomorrow the big bubble that I have from this, or see just how big the bubble is. Okay, I have my two extremities. Okay, I'm putting cold water. No wonder I'm seeing bad. I've been saying for all this time. this time from the beginning, or at least from the second part, or then we started the, I don't remember where it was, but I've been wearing these glasses, and these are my computer glasses. These are my construction glasses. Oh my God, so much clearer. And for all this time, I was going like, my God, my eyesight is becoming really bad. Like I'm having trouble, like adjusting the glue and all the stuff like that. And I'm going like, what in the world is happening? And then after burning my finger, which I still have to go put some cold water on it now, I took my glasses off and then I saw the red on the sides. And then I said, that's my computer glasses, which is a total different distance from what I'm working with. And so I'm going like, Frank, sometimes I wonder how I cope in life. Anyway, I have to go put some cold water on this burn, and then we'll continue. Okay, I'm back with my correct glasses and my finger, a bit of cold water for a minute or two. It feels a bit better, but I have a feeling I'm going to have a big blister tomorrow, but we shall see. So let's continue. We have to connect this section with the right side in order to create our center wall. Are we up to it? Let's get to it. Okay, so we're going to put a line of hot glue on the inside of this door frame, and then we're going to snap this middle section along it, okay? And what we want to do, like we have in the past, align top and bottom, and then flush along the sides, okay? Are we ready? So, some hot glue, and not on my finger this time, hopefully. There we go. Now, top and bottom. flush. Seems flush. Oh, it just moved. Has a mind of its own until it's like completely hardened. I'm going to try to pull this way, and then this is nice and flush here at the bottom, so I know that that's going to go nicely on the floor. And then here I just sank a little bit, try to move it upwards, remove the spider webs. Might have to put some Sharpie or something, because hot glue compared to white glue does not always dry transparent. Okay, so we have that, which is good. I'm going to let that cool down a little bit. I'll put this away. Now let's flip this. And we have to attach this piece. So I don't want to put glue here and then lift this into place, because then it'll make a huge smudge. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm able to bend this a little bit at this seam here in order to allow me to put some hot glue and still have a gap, and then be able to refold the accordion, if you will, in order for it to be touching flush, flat on the table, and not in a V-shape kind of thing. So what I want to do is just find an angle for me to be able to do that easily and for you to see what I'm doing. If I do this, actually this can, let me put this in the camera. Do you see that? Okay, so I want to lift this. I'm lifting this end, exposing here, but I want to put hot glue over here. So I think I'm going to have no choice, but I have to pinch this inside like that. Then this exposes the spine here. Okay, if I pinch this down, it exposes the side. I can put some hot glue, and then I can slightly bend this and pull it apart 1/2 centimeter in order to bypass, make a mess, and then align it and then push it back together. That's the plan. Okay, we ready? So, some hot glue along the edge of the door spine. Okay. Then I'm going to separate it a little bit, lay it flat on the table. Then top and bottom, perfect, and then press here flush. Wow, that was easier than I thought. Okay, now let's put some pressure on that and Ow! I'm starting to try to burn my other finger now. Oh God, Frank, come on. I'm usually not this clumsy. I've cut myself, but not... Usually I don't burn myself. Okay. Well, There we go. There we go. Now we have our wall, which is our number 1 and number 2 wall, which is basically the center front and center rear. And now we have to do the rear piece. I completely forgot to cut that piece, didn't I? We'll have to go get the foam core again and do that cut now. Okay, lucky our sheet was big enough to still give us the rear wall that we need. So the first thing I'm going to need to do is measure the 15 centimeter height. 15 centimeter here. My finger is still throbbing. I sound like a little crybaby, don't I? Frank burnt his finger. And then 15 here. Okay. Where's my mark? Okay. Align, press, cut. Move my hands. Okay, now I know I don't need this piece. That'll go in the scrap pile. Okay, now I need the width of this back thing, which was 72 centimeters. Let me just measure that. Line it here. Okay. $72. Oops, I moved it. $72 at the top. Connect and trim. so now we have, so now we cut an exact 72 by 15 centimeter piece, which is the wall in the back of the diorama. This will be the center section, right in between the two, creating a 12 centimeter corridor over here, and then we'll have our 27 centimeter regular surface that we have the same as in the style A and B dioramas. Let's put these aside for now and trim our decals. So to do our skins, so to do our wall skins, now to do these wall skins in between the doors, we need pages 6 to 12. Okay? Now this is if you're doing exactly the version I'm doing. If you don't like these panels, you can go onto the PDF of the basic panels there. The link will be in the descriptions. The what did I call it? The actual name, the Death Star basic hallway panels. I think is what it was called. Anyway, let me see on the internet. Hold on. Now, if you don't want to choose these specific exact panels that I chose and you prefer to go with another design, that's fine. That's what's cool about it. It's like Lego. You can just intermix whatever panel you want. You can go to the Speed Index and you can get the Basic Hallway Panels PDF, which has 19 pages of all the variations that you can find on the movie set. So these are the ones that I chose based on looking at the movies and pausing it and getting an idea of the exact layout of the Death Star, even though it's curved in the movie. This, we're doing the basic shelf dioramas. So if you don't have the space at home to do it and you just have space on a shelf, this is what style A and B and C are for, intended to, right? If you want to go into specific when we're going to want to do the specific movie accurate hallways, those are the ones that'll be curved, which I call the curved hallways, and that'll be the exact curve, the exact angles with the exact position of every panel that I've analyzed through pausing the actual movie and different things like that. So that'll be a separate tutorial. But again, this is the Again today's style C, as with the style B, the style A, B, and today's C are more for shelf displays. Again, style A and B, as well as today's style C, are more shelf displays as opposed to accurate movie set replicas. Blister starting. The blister is starting. I can see it. Okay, so let's continue with my design. So we're going to want to have pages 6 through 12, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we're going to cut those out now. And then this is going to be what's going to be the skin texture for the 3 walls that we have. Okay, now you'll see here, if I take this wall back again, well, I'll take the miniature. Now if we look at the miniature version, you'll see that section 1 front, okay, this one is this F1 over here. Now the half one is on page 7, I believe, which is over here. So this half is going to go on the edge, and then this section 1 front will go over here. Then section 2, we can just cut out these 3. Oh, you're not even seeing. So I've identified these sections, okay, section 1 front, section 2, section 3, so that you don't have to cut out individual panels. You can just cut them along the sections that they're going to be placed onto the walls that we cut, okay? Now, if you're doing different panels than these, then you'll have to cut them individual or overlap them if you want to just replace. As easy as that. If I take, where's my decal? If I didn't want this over here, I could just replace it with another neon panel, say if I wanted all neons, right? So it's as easy as that to replace the one that you want with the one that you want, because it's all 6 centimeters. That's a terrible English phrase. Okay, so let me cut these out, and then I just have to make sure that I identify them correctly so that they don't get mixed up. But that's why I made this little template so that I can remember where they go. Let's get rid of any hot glue snots there. Okay, these have red these prints have red cutting guides, so you can use your ruler to align those and you'll get the exact cut that you need. Okay, so let's start over here. Now I don't want to cut all the way across yet because I want to keep these vertical guides intact. Okay, so I'm just going like this and stopping before the end. Start a little past the beginning and stop there. Flip this. Okay. If I want, I can write with a pencil in the back. This is 2 front, 5, 6, 7. So 2 front, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Then I'll cut out this one over here. Okay, I don't need this anymore. Okay, here, let me just put all those on this one. Okay, these will go over here. My blister is starting to puss up. It's not as bad as I thought, but it still stings. When I show it to you, you're going to laugh. You're going to say, is that all? You're crying because of that? Wimpy Frank. That actually hurt. I just poked myself in the blister with the edge of the paper. So now I'm giving myself a paper cut on top of my blister. Lovely. Okay, this is done. And then these. Okay, these are the rear. Maybe I don't want to jump the gun. I want to make sure that this is section 3, rear, and then this section 1, 2, 3. Okay. Well, these are easy. These I'm going to just not cut right away. I'm just going to, hold on. These I can cut because I know that where they go. But I don't want to confuse the other pages with the cuts I just made for the front side. These are just 3 sections, so it's easy. 4 cuts and we're done. Again, you can change the panels, put the paneling that you want, just like Lego. I say Lego a lot, even though it's foam core, it's not really Lego. There's lots of people doing Lego dioramas, which is very cool. At Celebration, there was always Lego groups doing that. We wanted to go play with them as well, but we were busy doing our own booth. That's the disadvantage of Celebration. When you organize a booth, you can't really go anywhere because people are coming to see you, and you have to make sure that people are well taken care of. But it's a lot of fun. I still can't believe that this year is going to be the 20th anniversary of the very first one, 2002, Indianapolis. I never thought it'd still be going around 20 years after the first one. It was just an experiment. 1, 2, and then one last one over here. And it's right almost here. Look at my blister. Can you see it autofocus? I don't know. Right there. Wow, it's blurry. I can't see. I don't think it's in focus. I'll try to show it to you another time. Did I cut this piece? I might have cut that already. Okay, after I finish this, guys, what do you think I have to do? Yep, that's right. It's the black Sharpie along the edges. It's It's always good to do that. You don't have to, but it makes a huge difference. Okay, so Sharpie. Let's start with that. You want the decal over here facing outside. Okay, if you're left-handed, you'd be doing it this way, facing outside, but you want the pen poking that way, because if you make a mistake, you go, you're drawing on the back and not on the decal. So, are we ready? I've made so many of these now, it's very easy for me to follow the edge. Just let the side of the pen glide along the paper. Don't use the tip, it's impossible. Okay, 1. 2. And tomorrow I'll be doing the editing, so I'll do another fly on the wall for you guys who want to see how an edit is done for the channel. Sometimes it takes a long time. You have to select all the good takes where you don't just talk about blah 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 and fumble all over the place. And then you have to add some like zoom ins and make it a little less boring. I had one guy, I have to remember his name, he wrote a comment in one of the tutorials and he said, "Man, don't you know how to edit? Your tutorial's like 2.5 hours." And then he watched it and he said, "Oh, you're like the Bob Ross of Dioramas." That was the coolest thing. Here was it. He said, "Oh, I get it. You're the Bob Ross of Dioramas." That was the coolest compliment I've ever had. I love Bob Ross, and he's an icon, so thumbs up for me to be compared to him. Oh, I'm not even recording! I just noticed that the red light wasn't even on. I've been doing, I don't know when it last stopped recording or whatever. I was so busy complaining to myself about my blister that I've been doing the black Sharpie along all of the decals here, and I cut all of the pieces, and I'm hoping that that was recorded, but if not, well then you'll see what it looks like when I cut these pieces. But anyhow, oh boy, 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 boy. Okay, so what I'm doing now is, if I put the camera back like this, zoom in, I am putting the black Sharpie along the outside thickness of the decal so that they don't show a white line when it's placed on the black foam core. So I was saying you want the pencil or the Sharpie pointing towards the decal color side, and you want the decal side to be on the outside so that if you make a mistake and you go like this, it's on the back of the wax paper and not all over your decal. So all you do is the side of the Sharpie like this. I've made so many of these, it goes like really quickly now. You'll get the hang of it. We have lots of Death Star builds coming up. I can't wait. The hallways is the most basic parts. You know, it's the core of it, and the ones that we're doing now, style ABC of the basic hallways, is the shelf, like I was saying 1,000 times now. And when we're going to start getting into the actual Death Star rooms, that's when the builds are going to be really fun. The Falcon Hangar Bay, the Obi-Wan Vader duel, the Princess Leia Luke chasm, the trash compactor, the conference room. There's so many iconic rooms in the Death Star, and then when you put them all together, it's going to look amazing into one giant playset, or at least as big as you can fit in your house. I'm still surprised to this day that after decades of selling toys that Hasbro never made an interlocking Death Star. Like, it's such a missed opportunity for them. I don't get it. I know people would buy it. Okay. The Sharpie is done. Okay, let's grab the front of my diorama, and then we'll use the little template there that I did. So I know that the F1 is this one. This goes here. And then this will be the center over here. And then this part goes on the outside. And then this halfer goes on the end over there. So now that that's that, let us peel and stick. Let us start with, might as well start with the center. Why not? So I'm going to get my glue stick. Oh, come on. It's like, there's so much gunk around it. It's like, oh, like, okay, I'm going to make sure that it fits properly and it looks like it aligns beautifully. There's just this thing that's bugging me a little bit here, this glue. I'm going to try to scrape some off, just to see if I zoom in. Can you see some of that white glue there? It's bugging me. I'm going to try and take my Sharpie and then just color the white black. At least, like, if it's a bit darker, it's better than white. There. Okay. Are we ready? Zoom back out a little bit. Okay, so over here. Glue. I'm putting my hand underneath because there's no support on the top there. I don't want to crush this after the construction is almost done there. So I don't need to put this, but it'll help me wiggle the decal around if it's not 100%. So I can now peel this. One more piece. Okay, and now I know that this is the top. The white, you'll see that in the emboss, there's like a white emboss at the top. Okay, that's how you know it's the top of your decal. If it was like this, and then the white is at the bottom, if it was like this and the white is at the bottom, that's not good. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to align these top lines with these panels here. Okay, so I might as well, I should flip this upside down this way. Is that still, yeah, okay. Now I'm going to align the first one. So I'm aligning, see, when you use the glue stick, it allows you to pull this off without ruining all of the foam core and ripping the sticker. And I just realized I just spit on my decal while speaking. There's all these wet spit marks. Okay, I want to pull it a little bit, not as close. I might let it fall there. Oh my God, come on. It's just a little too close. I wanted to be it sort of like even. This should be good. Yes, perfect. Okay. So again, I start here, then down the center, out, remove the air bubbles, air pockets, down center, out. Look at that. How cool is that? It fits perfectly with the door. Okay, now let's do this side since we're here. This I need this piece with the white embossed at the top, and then this is white embossed at the top. Okay. Now the reason I'm doing a halfer and then a full is because when you stick the other part on, say that you have the other diorama that goes here. If on the other side there's a halfer as well, then you can take any regular decal. Where's that neon decal I had? Here. And then you can superimpose the regular on top of the halfers to create a continuation of the 6 panels. Okay? And then what that'll do is that it will hide the seam that you have of the 2 dioramas. That's if once they're on the shelf, if you know that you're not going to move them around or you're not going to stack them, that's what the idea is behind the design of having halfers on each side. Is so that when you connect all of the dioramas together, your halfers become full panels, right? So, okay, let's put some glue here. I'll just do this first, and then I'll do the halfer after. That almost sounds like a tongue twister. Halfer after. Okay. Peel, peel, peel. White on the top. Align that. It's a little off, but there, I can do that. Center. Maybe a little offset once I'll notice when I put this on there. But since this halfer is going to be covered anyway, that's the plan. I've not stacked my dioramas side by side yet, so I don't know. I'm hoping. So I just want this to align properly, and it does. Can you see that? So center up, center down. God, it makes such a difference. It makes such a difference since it makes such a difference since I changed my proper glasses. Okay, and then this one is this panel, if I'm correct. Yes, okay. So this is all in one piece as well, so the only thing I have to align is this, and then make sure that it reaches the end. Isn't that beautiful? Okay. Apply. Okay. This glue stick is starting to get old. And I'm starting to get hungry. Not had lunch yet. And what time is it? Computer. Oh my, it's 6:24. No wonder I had a coffee at what was it, 1 o'clock? Okay, so this goes this way. Are we ready? Let's apply it like this. And then make sure that this is aligned. And it looks aligned. And that's aligned. So center, center, center out, center out. I love it. I love my little graphics that I do. It's a lot of fun doing Photoshop for the graphics. I'm going to be offering these in 6-inch. I have so many demands for the 6-inch dioramas because most people collect that now anyhow. So I'm going to be offering versions of this for you to print so you don't have to just scale them up. And here's the side one. How cool is that? I love it. How cool is that? I love it. Okay, now we have to do the mirror on this side. But before we do that, let me put that away. Let's take this rear wall, since we already prepared these and they have the black Sharpie around them. So just to make sure, I have my other template here, like this, with all the identifications on them. You can download these as part of the decal set so that you can recreate these if you want to do a sort of like construction template first, switch around, see what you want to build. So this goes there, this goes in the center, and this goes here. And this is according to the scene where Han Solo is running towards the stormtroopers. I paused the movie and this is what the pieces look like. So, that being said, let us put one. I'm just going to align them, do a dry run and see if they fit properly. And they do! Okay, good. So, this would be here. Let's do that. Okay, peel. Speaking of peel, did you see the new trailer? The title is really stupid of the movie. It's called, oh geez, I forget what it's called. Not or some don't, or I don't remember what it is. It's a science fiction movie with aliens, alien abductions or something. It looks really, really cool. And I loved his other movies, so Get Out and oh. No, it's not aligned at the top. Oh no, I just made a huge crease by lifting this. Damn, I'm all excited by that Close Encounter movie. And I'm making a big mess now. Oh look, see it dried too quick? I'm making a mess. Oh crap. Crap. Crap, or caca, as we would say. Oh God. See this dried, this is so old, this glue stick, it's drying too fast. Not good. And also, I should be applying it this way. Let me turn this so I can see what I'm doing. Oh, come on! I don't want to reprint this. I'm making a mess. Oh, no. It's not going well. It's all dry again. Damn it. Okay, what I wanted is this aligned at the top there. Then down, left. Thank God it's a flat surface there. It shouldn't matter that much. Yeah. Okay, center. Maybe I'll talk a bit less and then we'll just concentrate on attaching this over here. Where's a good angle for this to be seen? At least the record light's on. Okay, glue stick, don't fail me now. That was terrible before. Like, see, like it's already drying almost. Like there's no goop. Okay, peel, quick, quick, quick. Peel. Come on. Now it doesn't want to peel. It's like a curse all of a sudden on this thing. Yeah. Peel. It's a good thing there's no timer. Okay, now I want to, I have my tripod in the way. Okay, I want to align this with the top, but then at the same time, I have to make sure that this fits properly on the side here, which it does. So, good enough. And you'll only see this through the 2 doors anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's not 100% perfect. If I'm having trouble, maybe it's better to glue each individual piece. I don't know. Okay, last section. This one. Like this. Okay. Even in frame. There. Okay, peel. Peel, peel. Okay, I want this here and at the same time like that. And align that. Good, 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 good. I just spit on my decal again. Do you see my spit? Okay, I'm going to put the cap on this glue stick before it goes bad or gets worse. So this is my rear wall, and then on the rear wall, or between the rear wall, is this. At a intersection, show, it'll look like that. You can't really see because it's dark, but when the neons or the LEDs are lit, you're going to see better. But very cool because you're going to have the 3D perspective of looking inside through the doors. Okay, now we can do this side. So I shall now cut these, not get mixed up. Oh, I only have 2 pieces of paper to cut. Okay. So. Cut this. Oh, I can't wait to see what it looks like. Red cut guides. Like you could use the bleed, but this makes it easier for you to know how to cut it properly. finish the video before, then I'll eat later. One. Two. Is itching. Ow! Oh my god, now the paper went in between my nail, and look, I already cut my nails. It was like, I cut my nails so short. Ow! Like I already cut my nails so short so that they wouldn't look unsightly for the video. And the paper went right in between the nail and my finger. I'm really abusing myself today. Okay, where's this cut here? One last cut. Dang. Now underneath my fingernail hurts. I feel like I'm, oh my lord, I'm in Marathon Man or something. Oh, didn't I do this one? God. I think I'm being way too distracted, either by food or I don't know what. Okay, that's that. Okay, decals, and then we can assemble the diorama. Okay, now we're doing the mirror of what's on here. So here is outer, and then this one. So we're actually going to flip this and do outer here and this one there. So, oh, wait, the Sharpie. We have to do the Sharpie first. I can't believe it. Now my fingernail hurts, my boil hurts. I don't know what else is going to happen before the end of this video. As long as I don't put the Sharpie on the decal and have to reprint and recut everything, that would be terrible at this point there. That side is done. This side. One last side. Come on. Okay, that's done. Now we can take this crappy caca glue stick. I'm gonna throw it out after this. Oh, it's almost at the end. Can you see? Okay, so press without breaking it. Breaking the wall, that is. Oh no! Did you see? Look, I was saying, what else is going to go wrong in till the end of the video? Look, I was telling you what was out. Oh my god. Look, I was telling you what else would go wrong at the end of the video. This stupid glue thing just fell off of its like container. Oh my god. Now this is all dry, likely, with all this drama. I can't believe this project is cursed or something. Okay. Let me place this correctly. Peel. Top. Okay, so I want to place this aligned at the top and even with this vertical thing there. Good. This one's a bit at the top. It's shy at the bottom there, but it's a bit at the top. Oh yeah. It is what it is now, and it's on the back side of the hallway, so you won't really see it from the front. Don't you just love the way I... There we go. Excellent. Don't you just love how I try to find excuses for myself? Okay, this may be the last of this glue stick. Peel. Now I feel like I have an eyelash that's starting to curl inside my eye. Upside down. This way. Okay. Aligned at the top. No. No, no, no. There. Aligned at the top. And then... Yep, good enough. Down the center. Center. Center down. Center, center out. Look at that, look at that. How beautiful. Okay, one last piece over here. This one in one big chunky section. And it seems to fit nicely. Okay, let's finish this glue stick and then I'll have the thrill of throwing it in the trash. Oh, I'm just noticing something. I can fix it after the decal is placed. The glue is starting to undo itself here. In this corner, I'm going to have to just put a bit of hot glue on the underside. Okay, peel. Peel. And then peel. Okay. Align that. Center. out. Okay, I'm gonna apply some hot glue here before it just gets destroyed. Okay, this we don't need anymore. Goodbye. You had a nice life. You made lots of dioramas for me. Okay, where's this one? Is that the, yeah, that's the one. Okay. So I need to put a globe goober of hot glue right in there, which you can't see because it's so black on black. Okay, so I'm just gonna wing it. Can you see there? Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna go. Okay, now I'm gonna align it flat, and I'm going to hold it like this for a minute because I don't want it to separate. Can you see that? Over here where my thumb is. This thing had cut away and it was sort of like wanting to push inwards instead of being flushed here. You could put it flat like that. So what I'm doing is I put some big glob of glue in the back over here, and then I'm holding it like this so it stays in place. I don't want this to be pushed in, but after it's in this on the ceiling, it wouldn't matter anyhow. We had a visitor from Rio on the live feed earlier. I didn't even see that she left a message 2 hours ago. Give her a shout out. Or maybe it was a guy. Guillermo Santos. Hello from Rio de Janeiro. It's so cool that you have like people from all over the world that come visit and stuff like that. That's the good thing about the internet. The bad thing is a lot of the social media crap and bullying and craziness that goes along with that. Oh, no, it's not dry yet. I have to hold on more. I just noticed on the live feed there was a person from Rio de Janeiro who came and said hello. Guillermo Santos. Let's see if I need my reading glasses for that. Yes, that's it, Santos. It's so cool you get to see people on the internet from all around the world come say hello. I know I have fans in England, Germany, Brazil, France, US, Canada, Mexico, I'm sure other places, Uganda, I think. I've had people say hello. Okay, that's in place. So we have our wall. So we have our wall on both sides, right? And then, again, this is the design I chose. You could have had the door at other positions. It really doesn't matter. So we have our two sides of the doors. We have our back wall. We're ready to assemble. I'm hungry, but I'm staying here with you guys. I'm not going to do this in two parts. I'm almost done. I just have to place the ceiling now. think last fall I had lost 30 pounds, and then I put it all back during the Christmas. The love of roller coaster diets. Well, hopefully in 2 months or so I might be back at what I was in October. Let's see. This goes there. Oh, I almost tripped. Okay, where's my... Oh, it's over there. This is upside down. It's a good thing I closed the door of my office, because if the cats were running around here, it'd be a disaster. Okay, so this is... How do I want to assemble this? I'm going to put this here, like that. I have to have this wide enough that I can see. Okay, so we start with the assembly on the ceiling, because we want this to be lined up perfectly, and then if it's not perfect on the floor, it doesn't matter because it doesn't have to be aligned with the ceiling grids, right? So the one thing we know for sure is that for the positioning, let me explain things a little bit. When you look at, compared to the blueprint there, I'm just grabbing my pieces. Okay, so we know that this wall, okay, is going to go, this is the top of the wall, which is the top of the ceiling, right, because we're looking at it upside down. So this, I'll flip it just so you see instead of just seeing black there, but this will be placed like this, right, and it'll be just on the insides, leaning against this, the outside, like when it's like this, the outside of your wall is leaning against the edge of this lip here, okay? Which means that the thickness of your foam core is going over the recessed light panels over here. So this is going to go directly from one end to the other like this, okay? And this will put glue gloves after, okay? This is at the end. Now, the important thing is that our wall over here, okay, and then this is where I have to make sure that I'm not screwed up. So this is, this is the rear. I put a post-it to make sure I know what I'm doing. So the rear is like this, so if it's upside, and this will be upside down, so this is, yeah, this is like that, okay. Yes, and then the front is like this. Okay. So what we're going to do here is the same principle, where the thickness of the foam core over here is going to lay against the inside of the foam core is going to lay flush against here, and then the outside of the wall goes overlap the gaps over here, okay? Which means that on the other side is the matching thickness of this center strip. This thickness is going to overlap this side of this beam, like this. So if I do this, when you look at it this way, if I cheat and go like that, I should do it on the other side, like this. Hold on. I don't want to tear the wall, it would be terrible. So when you go like this, see, you can see that it overlaps exactly on both sides. evenly. So that will go here like this. And then, if I do this, the rear wall creates our 12 centimeter rear hallway, narrow hallway. But now what we have to decide is in the front here, we have to do supports, okay? And the supports, oops, in the front we have to do supports so that this, if you're putting another diorama on top of this, it's not going to collapse, okay? And this is where you have the choice of doing large glass doors, corner arches, even a small glass door, or like we're going to use today is a combination of the basic support column with the arch. That's what I'm going to use for today in mine, okay? But you can decide if you want to, if I turn this around, let me see. If you want to put a glass door like this, you see that? Let me pull this over here. So if you want to put a glass door as a support on this side, or a glass door here, or if you even want to put a glass door this way, you know, on either side, that's fine. You can do that as well. See, if you put it like that, you could have the glass door on the end, or we can put a arch wall like this, right, on either side, or you can put it this way if you wanted. You could place it so that it looks as a support, but it still creates a depth of field in your diorama. The important thing is to have a support on one side and then a support on the other. Now if you were going to put two, you could, if you wanted, you could put two supports like this. You could put a large glass door here and then an arch here, or put the arch this way so that you have a simple column over here and then a fatter column there. But then it limits your view of your door and different things like that. I would have changed the placement or whatnot of how it goes. So my idea for this is I want to use this and my column. Now, this is there. So this is where I need to put this column on this side. And then here, Okay, so again, we're putting this upside down in this fashion on the ceiling first, okay? Now what we're going to do is that we need to Now what we're going to do is we need to identify the positioning of this space. So we're going to slide this down like here, and then we're just going to make some small grooves, or not grooves, but markings with our pencil, okay, to show where I have to align this. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to tilt this sideways, okay, and then I'm going to apply we're going to apply a few drops of glue, not too much because it doesn't have to wiggle. Once the roof and the ceiling catches the roof, it'll be fine, right? When you have the supports and everything, this will be sandwiched in. So we're just going to put a little bit of drops on this side, and then we'll do the other side after, okay? Now, after I do that, I'm going to put a few drops on here also, so that when we know that we're going to lift this, it's going to align perfectly on the ceiling. We don't want it to wiggle like this because then it'll leave glue marks on your perfect ceiling, which will be visible, okay? So, the first thing to do is this section over here, because the door acts as a hinge a little bit, we're going to wait till this is secure in place before we start working onto this end piece there. So actually, a trick I just thought of, so actually what we're going to do is that we're going to center it over here where it's supposed to be placed, okay? Then we're going to put a little bit of pressure, and I'm going to tilt this like if it was on a hinge, okay, to its side. Now I'm going to notice how much space is over here. I'm going to notice how much gap of a gap is here, and then I'll make sure that until we reach here, I'm going to see how much a gap is here, and then I'm going to make sure that until we reach here that all of these are the same. Then I'm going to just put a piece of Scotch tape here, because this will be unseen, and this will prevent this from wiggling around when we're going to apply the glue in order to bring it back to lay where it's supposed to be for its resting place. At least that's the plan. taking, oops, I moved this now. I'm putting a small piece of Scotch tape here and then pressing it down. Okay, I'm going to do the same over here. Make sure not to press in your grooves and make a hole in your paper, which would be a big nightmare at this point. So if I do this, that don't work very well. Okay. You have to make sure that your Scotch tape is well placed at an angle there. You see when, see if I can bring a light. So I put pieces of Scotch tape every so often in the spaces like this, okay? And then what I did is that's going to allow me to do like a hinge. You see that all of the spacing, here is identical, okay, with the Scotch tapes. So that's going to allow me to put some drops of hot glue here, and then I'll be able to lift this, and then it'll fall right in place where I want it to be. I've also centered the wall between the ceiling here so that there's equal. I've also centered the wall here so that there's even amounts or equal amounts of gaps, overlay or overhang on each side, okay? But the most important is to have this consistent so that it'll look good from the front, okay? Now we don't need a big blob of hot glue everywhere. We just need a few here and there in order to make a connection, and then we'll be fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be putting hot glue on every 2 pieces, let's say, every 2 panels, and then I'm going to be putting a little drop on the base here, on the floor. Okay, one here, this has Scotch tape, so I might do one here in the corner, 1, 2, 3, like that, and then when it'll flip over, this will contact with the glue, and then this edge will contact with the little glob. So that's the plan. Let's hope it works, okay? We only have one shot at this. So let's take our hot glue gun, okay? And then I'm going to put, the extension cord wasn't long enough. Okay. This is where you almost need 2 people. Okay, so I'm going to put a little bit over here, then a little bit over there, overhang there. Okay, so then a little glob there, little glob there, here, 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 and here, and then here, there. Okay, let's hope that's enough. Let's flip it. And then press it down. Keep some pressure on it. It's looking good. Let's see on the other side. Oh, I could see through. Okay, that's good. I could see that it's all in the right places. I wonder if I could reach the hot glue down these corridors and then have them go like that. No, let's just leave it as is. Okay, while this dries, I'm going to spin this around. Okay, I want to attach the support column to the corner, left corner here, which will become the right front. Okay, you want to make sure that, again, the top is at the top touching the ceiling. Okay, you want this side, it doesn't matter, I prefer to have the neons facing, depending on what decal and sticker skin that you want to put might vary on your version, but you want this side to be flush over here, okay, and then in the front you want it, the lip, to be over this part like it was in the other sections, right? So we're going to, you want 1 centimeter over here. This lip measures 1.5 centimeters, and what we want is 1 centimeter. So you want it to just stick out this much, okay? Then if you look in the hole, you'll see that the edge over here is flush with this inside edge of your light up panel piece there. So I'm going to, I know I want to do that, I'm going to put some hot glue on the 4 sides, like that. Doesn't have to be the 4 sides, but, and then I know I want this facing me. This is the top, so flush here, and then I'm looking down like a periscope, and I want this to be flush there as well. So I'm letting it down easy, like this. Then press down a little bit. This will dry really quickly, maybe 10 seconds. This is flush, nice. Okay. Then if I spin this to this side, my ruler is going to fall off the table. If I spin this like this, now I'm going to put my arch another dead battery. It's a good thing I have changes. Surprised the microphone hasn't died yet, which is good. That's my worst nightmare, is that I don't notice the microphone shutting down. Oh, wait, I have to put this back on. It's so dumb that this thing for the tripod, the screw of the tripod, is right where the battery compartment is. You have to remove it every time. On, off. Oh, the microphone seems off too. Oh no, the microphone seems off. How long has it been off? No! Oh God, I hope the sound was on all this time. I might have to do overdub again. God, how much battery life is in that? Yeah, it's almost dead. Jeez. I'll switch this. God. My worst nightmare, having to do dubs. This, I have to plug this now. Charge. And then I'll be using these instead. It's silly that I can't plug a power supply into the microphone. Like that would keep it on the whole time. This was A. This is A. This is B. This needs to be plugged in as well. Come on, where's the thing? Okay, those are charging. Let's see if this works. Okay, fully charged. It's working there. I don't know. I noticed it that it was working at some point, but oh God. Okay. It is what it is. You'll be seeing how I do dubs if it has to come down to that. So let me position this properly. This one taped a little close. I don't know if I can separate it. I don't think so. The glue is really hard, has really hardened it. Unless I take this. Oh, good. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to take the top of the arch here, which is going to go against the ceiling, and I'm going to put the 1.5 panel against the wall here. Okay, so I'm going to be leaning it against there, and then I'm going to be putting it flush along the front or the side, and then it should be about 1 centimeter in the front here, like we see over there. Like we see over there for the column. Like we see over here for the column. So like the other piece, we don't need much hot glue here. So just a little dab here, 1 drop, 1 drop, 1 drop. Just enough for it to stick. Okay. Then I'm going to press it against the back here, let it fall down, and I want to make sure that it's 1 centimeter in the front, like that. which is good. And then flush here, and then it should arrive halfway over here with one of these beam supports there. So I'm just going to move this here like that. Keep some pressure on, 10-15 seconds. Now now that's done, I want to secure a little bit between the arch and the side of the wall here, so I want to squeeze these a little tighter. Can you see here there's like a little gap between the two? So I want to fix that. So I'm going to squeeze in just a little bit of glue, and then I'm going to press this together for it to stay in place. Can you see here? Can you see here? There's a small gap. What I want to do is do you see here there's a small gap? So I want to put a bit of hot glue there so that I can smush these together and make a tighter fit. Pressing here like a lobster clamp, and then I'm pressing here at the top, making sure that this remains flush like that. Okay, I'll hold this for a minute or so. You want to pinch here at the top too. So I'm going to clamp this really tight for about a minute. Now while this dries, I forgot to put a sticker on this end piece. So where's that famous sticker that I had? So I'm going to be using this, and I'm going to be placing that there. So I'm going to just put some Sharpie over here on the sides. Now I'm going to take this and I'm going to apply it like this over here. Now I forget which side is bottom. The top is black, so I want it this way, like that. I'm going to get, where should I have a new glue stick? I can't see where it is. I'm going to use this small glue stick over here. I'll have to do the other side too at some point. Okay, and then I'm going to peel this. And I said white at the top. So then I'm just going to align this like that. Get to the top. It's a bit low. This does not align over here. Well, it's the outskirts. You won't really see it. I'll just use my nail technique to blend over here. See in the center. In the center there's a line, but it kind of looks cool. I'm just going to use my nail technique like this. You just want to rub it this way around. I'm doing it upside down though because of the camera angle. Let me find a better camera angle. So I'm going to use my nail and I'm just going to bring it up, and as I bring it up I'm going to bring it around. So it's just going to blend the sticker better, like that. That's nice. Okay, so we have this done now. This is attached, that's attached. The column in the back over there is attached. All we have left is this. All we have left is our rear wall here. So we're going to grab our panel. Remember, the top goes to the ceiling. Now this, I think we can do in the same way with the Scotch tape, just to keep it in place. And then I'm trying to think of how, I guess once, what you want to do is you want to have it sticking up over here. What you want is the thickness of the foam core to be just hanging over the edge here. I'm exaggerating, you're seeing some white there, but you want it like that. You don't want it on the inside, okay? You want it hanging right against the edge, the back of this foam core wall, against the edge there, okay? We also wanted flush to the left and right. You don't want it sticking out either side, okay? So what we're going to do, we're going to use the same tape technique that we did for here. So I'm going to take a little piece of Scotch tape. I'm just going to place it properly. Okay. And then I'm just going to lower it like this. Then let me put this as a back support there while I lean it. piece of Scotch tape on this end over here. Remember, bring this flush until it arrives to the edge. Okay. Then we're going to peat. Then I'm going to put a piece of Scotch tape over here. Press it down in the corner. Bring it up. Okay. Actually, I'm going to take this and put it on the inside so that it could lean on something. And then I'm going to take this and lean it like that for now. I'm going to take my glass door and I'm just going to lean it against the wall so it doesn't tip over. I'm going to get another piece of Scotch tape, put that one over here. Can you see that? Try to zoom in. Just like here, and then I'm going to press it against, press it down, and then press it against the base there. Make it go down the back. Okay, so I have 3 pieces now that keep it pretty much in place. So what I'm going to do now is that the black exposed parts, I'll be able to put a dab of hot glue behind this, and that'll cement the back to this. I don't want to put any hot glue on the blue zones because this is where the holes are for the lights, and the light panels will tear, the paper will tear with the heat, and then you'll have a big hole in the ceiling, which is something we do not want. So I'm going to remove this for now. Okay, it's pretty much where it's going to be. It's even everywhere. It's centered left and right. Just try to put it like this. If I re-raise this, this will make a difference because it's easier to see. Is in my way. I need more table space. Okay, I'm gonna put a temporary Scotch tape here to the glass door so that this doesn't fall forward when I put the glue. Okay, are we ready? So again, only on the black zones. I'm just going to put a drop, I'm going to pull this back, a drop over here to create contact, a little drop there. I know it's in the blue, here in the black, in the black, in the black. it's cut where it's not touching. I'll see it on the other side if it's going to show. But there, here, and in the corner. Okay. It's good. The black gap. It's like, why is it doing that? Oh, maybe it's the ceiling. Hold on. I have to put my hand underneath maybe and then move it. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay. There you go. You have to put some pressure underneath the ceiling or on the top of the ceiling for it to touch the black properly. If not, it's not going to align. So I'm going to let that cool off, and then I'll do where my thumb is. These three blacks there, I didn't do that because it wasn't touching before, but with this, it should secure a good contact on left and right now. The most boring part is holding the glue to make sure that it's really tight on the ceiling. I'm going to plug over here, there. And put pressure like this. I hear the sounds. I can't see because I don't want to look because my hands are stuck. But I'm hearing the wax, not the wax paper, but the tracing paper from the ceiling lamps there. They're making sounds that I'm not liking. I think when I did this was a ceiling test that I did, and I was too lazy to redo it because it was all so advanced. So I just wanted to keep it. No, it's not ready. The glue is not ready yet. The glue is not ready yet. I'm really gonna like this one. You guys, when this is flipped over and you see it finished there, I think you're gonna smile, and it's gonna look really cool next to the other three there. I think that a lot of you also, the ones who haven't built any yet, I think you're just gonna do this one and then stack them or put them side to side. No, it's still not set. Almost, it's like peanut butter now, the glue. So it's almost done. I think it's pretty set now. There we go. There's no, I can take this away now. Now there's no visible gaps underneath, which is good. And then from the front, or from the top, or if you, however you want to call it, this is what it looks like. So you have your hallway. I'm going to remove this before it touches the decal. Okay, this is still fragile because it's not on the floor yet, but that'll be fixed soon enough. And then so this is your in-between wall, then the rear of this, so this is your walking this way, and then this is the front version. So this is your columns for the support, as you can see. So now we're going to put the floor on. I'm going to lay this down again. I'm going to spin it this way. I'm always worried of yanking these wires, these LEDs. I didn't even turn it on yet. I'm hoping it's going to work. Wouldn't that be terrible if the LEDs, like during the time I built this last month, that they don't work anymore? Okay, so okay, now we have to mount the ceiling. Okay, remember this seam that we had here? Now this is to go and be hidden from the back wall. This long, my God, I have the hiccups. Ugh, okay, this long section is the front here. So what we're going to want to do is flip it like this, and you want to do like that. So gap in between. So this basically is going to sit, it looks like a roof now, but it's actually the ceiling. What we're going to want to do is you want to place it so that it's flush over here, a centimeter over the front, and here the same thing, a centimeter over here, but as flush as you can there. And once that's done, then you can twist it around and we can adjust to place this over here. Lift this a little bit, put a drop. Actually, I think what I do is I'm just going to put 4 drops here, lay this flat, go to the other side, lift it, put 4 drops there, because this is not going to go anywhere anyhow. And then once that's set with the 4 columns over here, we'll be able to go in the back, flip it upside down, and then just put globs by applying pressure. Okay? So now, what I want to do is adjust this if I can. I want to make sure that it works. And then I'll put I know that I want a centimeter here, so I'm going to measure that, right? I know I want a centimeter here, which is the same as here. So now that that's there, I'm just going to put a little demarcation. I'm just going to put a little demarcation here so I know where that aligns. And then the same thing over here. The same thing over here. And on this side, it seems it works nice. So I'm just going to do the same demarcation thing here, but I'm not going to glue the two sides together. And then this pushes in like that, which is good. And then this will just, it's working, it's working. Okay, let's go here first. Okay. I'm just going to push this forward. Relift this. Now that I have my markings, I'm just going to push this forward like this. Okay, just to expose enough of the 4 drops that I want to put in order to lay this flat, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a spider web here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want to put too much big globs because I don't want it spreading on the inside of the wall, if that makes sense to what I'm trying to explain. Okay, so I'm aligning my marks that I put here, and then I'm pressing down with this. So this is flush here, which is good. This is flush here, which is good. Okay, I'm just going to spin this quickly and then have a look on this side. Yeah, good, good. Okay, put some pressure on that, maybe 10-15 seconds. I'm going to get rid of these spider webs. Come on. God, they're everywhere. Flush. Press down. You guys are seeing the wrong side of the camera. All the cool stuff is on this side that this camera is catching. Is you'll have to wait till the edit to see it. But I'll show you. I'll give you a preview. So this is done. Okay. Gonna have to put a sticker over here as well. Let's see if I can find one. Okay, this is dry. Let's go on the other side. Okay, what we want to do is lift this slightly, put a dab of hot glue along the edges, not here. Okay, this we do last. I'm going to say later last. What we want to do is pull this to make this go flush, but within our demarcation to have, you want that 1 centimeter over here in the front. And then when you're going to be placing this, you want to make sure this is flush too. So I'm just going to be like squeezing this a little bit this way, or pushing it in a little bit, but it's pretty good. Okay, so let us take the hot glue, lift this. I'm using my left hand, which is not a good thing. Let me lift with my left, and then how am I going to get around to that side? Let me just put the hot glue down. Let me go this way. Okay. Then adjust the camera for you. Okay. So I'm lifting here, and I'm going to be putting drop, 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 drop. Okay. So drop, 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 drop. That's all I need. And then I'm going to lower this adjustment to my 1 centimeter. Put that flush. Beautiful. Now I just have to push here and bring, while I keep this, I just need to bring this flush and then press this down. My arms might be causing lots of shadows, but this is the way. Push this down, this down. This is gonna look sweet. Now I'm just panicking about the amount of microphone that was turned off by the dead battery there. How much overdub I might have to do for the editing. It's not cool yet. I'm pulling, it's like doing yoga or yoga massage or something. It's like I'm pulling with one hand towards the front, pressing down with the right, or some kind of like what was that game there that you put the color circles? Twister. It's almost set. Is this set? No, this is a little, needs a little more love, this one. Oh, I got a big cramp in my thigh. That's not good. Okay. Good. Good. Okay, now we're going to flip this around. Do you guys see this? Let me give you guys a preview of what you're watching. Do you see that? Maybe we can hold it. The delay. God, the delay is long. It's like 10-15 seconds. Okay. What we want to do is the same thing we did on the other side. It'll be hard to see because it's black on black, but I want 1 centimeter all the way from the flush end, and I'm going to pull this wall, which is like this. I'm pulling it sideways like that until it reaches the right dimension, and then I'm going to put blobs of hot glue, and then that'll keep this rear wall secure in place. Okay, so I'm going to start by pulling it a centimeter here and pressing down. I think I'm going to need some support or something. Maybe if I put a pencil. Works best with my hand. I'll put my hand underneath, and then I'm just going to do small sections at a time. So there's 1 centimeter is approximately that. That looks good. Like that. Okay, I am now going to put a blob over here, a blob there. Okay, and now I am going to just press firmly. I'm going to just pull it a little bit like that. Press it firmly. Once it's dry, I'll try to put a close-up with the camera and see if you can see it better. From my angle, I have the reflection of the lights in it, so you kind of see where the globs are. I'm looking in the monitor and it's hard to see. It's a problem with the black on black then. I hope my design looks cool when the lights are on and the figures are placed, that it's as cool as in my head it was. It should be. Then the next video I'm going to be doing is showing you how to stack all the different variations of how to stack the 3 styles together. And I'm making a decal skin that's kind of like a sliced beams so that you can put the sticker in between the layers so that it doesn't just look like the thickness of the foam core between the sections there. This is long. Okay. Let's see if you can see that. If I take this off. You see, I just put 4 globs of glue within the centimeter over there, so, which is the same thing we're going to do over here. So we're going to keep a centimeter here, and we're going to put 4 globs the same way that we put them over here. So we're going to do the center. We're just going to put like 3-4 globs here. It looks like it's nicely aligned at the 1 centimeter. So again, glob, 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 glob. Put the hand for support and press down. We're almost done. 3 more globs, and then I'll show you what it looks like on the inside. I might go eat and then finish the editing after. But the construction, not editing, but I'm going to finish the shots of me saying what we're building today and how to access the blueprints and all the stuff like that. And while you're at it, if you let me know in the comments if you prefer the SPYCAM during the day or during the night, or I guess it doesn't really matter since it's to capture what I'm doing. If you want to see what I'm doing during the day or at night or when I'm working on something. So I guess depending if I'm working during the day or at night, most of the time I'm a night owl. So I usually prefer doing the work at night. But leave me in the comments if you have a preference based on your time zone, the country you're in, where what time you'd prefer watching me build. Because during the day, I'm assuming many people could be at work, so you can't really stay on the internet the way you could at night while you're reading a book or something. And then I know that today was a lot less interactivity than there was the 2 nights ago or so. But again, when I'm doing prototypes and stuff, it's easier to check the messages and see who's on and chat with you guys. During today, like you saw when I'm filming, I'm concentrated on this, so I'm not really looking at the iPad, seeing who's logging in and out, and that's why there's a little less interaction, which is more the point of what this fly in the wall was, where you're sort of like more spying on me and trying to figure out, like if you come in at 1 o'clock and see, oh, he built 1 wall, then you come back at 3:30, he says like, oh my god, the ceiling's installed, then you come back an hour later or at the end of the night, and you say like, oh, this is what it looks like, I saw it from the beginning. You know, it's more like that. That's the point of doing them. Okay, my glue is almost ready. And supper might be ready. I have to check. I'm hearing beeps. They beep. My god, what's happening with the internet? It's so slow. It's not even loading my messenger. Close that. Close that. Is ready. This is paused. I'm going to turn this off. Okay, so for you guys, because dinner's ready and I'm about to leave, I'm just going to show you. I'm going to turn this off. Hold on, my microphone off. And then turn this one off. this end quickly because it's pretty much done. There's just a corner needs to be glued. I'll unplug the hot glue, plug this, and then let us admire together. I'm going to grab the camera from here. I might have to twist you around. Actually, maybe I'll just bring this down like this. I have to see what I'm looking at though. Twist this. It's hard to see. I'm looking at it with you for the first time. Oh, it's really cool. Let me get a good angle. This thing is falling apart. And look at that. You could see inside the way that I intended. See how you can see through? And then if you turn this sideways, there's your hallway with the doors. How cool is that? Here, I'm going to set this up like this. Oops. Can I put it so that you guys can see it that way? Hold on. Let me just... There. I'll leave it like this.